Okay, thank you all so much. We'll go ahead and proceed. We are being live streamed, so we'll go ahead and proceed with Treasurer Ortiz. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, Commission, tonight, number 5 was pulled, and this is the track map concerning the Oxbow. But it is actually so much more than that. It is a fraud and a scam being perpetrated to this community. And what's sad is it's coming through the way of the city. The Aberdeen Developer, LLC, is a fraudulent company that is mixed up in litigation currently with other developers for creating fake names, for creating fake people, and a company that didn't exist until April 22nd of 2022. And then a month later went to the city, was working with fired Nathan Freeman, now fired David Murray, now fired Oliver Mojica, in trying to acquire a grandfathered in way to crush and grind on site. This is so sad to see and utterly ridiculous to keep repeating. This commission worked for 5 months to create an ordinance to once and for all stop the idea of anybody being able to crush and grind on site. And you know what? That's never gone to the council. All of your hard work has never been presented. The city never told you guys that they had talked to a new owner. It's not in any one of your previous agenda items that they were in negotiations with Aberdeen Development. They never told you that litigation was filed in November of 2022 against this group for being fraudulent and actually being the shell company of the same owners, Al Jazeera and Pacific Coast LLC. Why the city allows this type of corruption, I don't understand. Because we see a revolving door of the higher up. So is it more internal? Is the problem existing somewhere that we haven't gotten to yet? Because you cannot operate on good information if you're not receiving it. What I'm asking this body to do when this comes back is to deny this. After 13 years of non-development, why would you ever allow someone to have a legal claim to that land that they shouldn't have? We need to be removing the pile that has been dumped illegally at the hands of our city and political donors of John Valdivia. Finally out of this city, clear the air and start over. All of the permits have expired. This property hasn't been touched in 3 years. Why? Why are we still here? And the answer is pay-to-play corruption. And you guys are the only ones, along with the community, who shows up only to have an item as soon as it ends up on Facebook. Did you notice that no one had said anything about item number 5 until it ended up on Facebook today? And once the community was ready to go, then all of a sudden, magically, BB&K is pulling it off of the agenda. Does not this lawyer do Google? Does not this lawyer look at law cases and things that are being filed in court for you? How can you have a lawyer represent you who is not properly doing so? Thank you.
We'll go
For the
ahead and
record,
go with-
Chairwoman, for the record, BB&K was not responsible for pulling this item. That's staff's call, not BB&K's. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go with Daniel, and forgive me on your last name. You'll turn on the mic, please.
Hello all, my name is Daniel Javanji. I'm a longtime City of San Bernardino resident. I'm a marketing technologist, as well as a small business owner. Some of the planning and folks, you might have seen me earlier today filing permits for my business in City Hall earlier. So today I just came to give some general comments on some things that were on my mind and that are also on the agenda. So the first comment is in regards to better economic development. It feels like for a long time, the city, when we look at economic development, it's approving gas stations, warehouses, truck yards, things of that nature. Not that those things are specifically bad, but I feel like we need to have a diverse view of when we approach economic development. We have 2 medical universities in the area. Could we be doing medical manufacturing? Could we be doing biotech? Could we be doing aerospace manufacturing? We have the airport, we have a UAS center, we have a partnership with Caltech. So there's a huge variety of things that we could be focusing on, rather so solely on logistics industry. So that's kind of one of the cautions I want to place on you all and let you know that when things come up, we need to be careful and see what are we dedicating to land, what is being approved, what is being put on place. Because if these large warehouses come in 200, 300,000 square feet, it's going to crowd out some of these other small startup industries and smaller businesses. You know, like earlier this past year, there was an emergency in the mountains. My cousin got trapped. Could we be getting law enforcement type businesses? Maybe in Napa auto parts that can service the sheriff's department, helicopter parts, when the firefighters come in, if they left their tools, different things like that. Moving on to another topic, which are CEQA exemptions. A lot of these projects are on the agenda are asking for CEQA exemptions. The problem is that last meeting we talked about a warehouse that you all didn't know about. It was 300,000 square feet. The DERC approved another warehouse on 3rd and Tippecanoe, which is 100,000. So 100,000, 300,000 here, there, all by elementary schools, high schools. So we need to look at the totality of when this is happening. Does this really need a CEQA exemption? Should we have a little more of a process when these buildings come in? Because a lot of truck traffic is going to come. It's going to raise the pollution. We're in a mountain valley. Pollution cannot easily escape. We're going to get boxed in. And then lastly, we need better zoning and truck routes. You know, this is a contentious topic. We do need truck routes. As I mentioned, I'm filed permits for business. It's in e-commerce. So I literally will need a warehouse. But I don't want it to be done in such a way where it doesn't benefit the community or it ends up right at an elementary school. You know, we need something where there's better truck routes. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Hank Mitchell?
From here? Okay. Hank Mitchell, Vertimont. I've given you a handout, and I'm going to leave that with you, and I ditto everything Treasurer T said, but I want to emphasize the fact that this project started back around 2006, and they did not renew their extensions every time. They abandoned it twice. And I'm not so sure that it has a new a permit, because after 14 years, the topography has changed thanks to a pile of debris that's been dumped there. It's been a derelict property. It's been a place for kids to have parties, dump site, and twice a year it's an illegal fireworks launch pad. This has been a disgrace to the community, this whole property and the project. This project, since the pile's been dumped there, I'm going to say it crudely, they've been flipping the bird at the city and the community, the residents. They've treated the city like poo-poo. And I have I can't get logic in my head that this project even should exist as it is. It should start all over with a brand new EIR, brand new permits, new grading. And by the way, we learned from the Vertimont Ranch, a 14-year-old EIR that stood up and was not made to be upgraded. We had 3 homes got ruined by flooding. They didn't put in a retention basin like the new projects do. They should have, but they weren't made to do it. And that developer has not made good on those 3 homes that were damaged, by the way. He hasn't even offered. This project doesn't show any grading plans for flood prevention in the hillsides on what is that, about a 16% slope, and nothing showing for a retention basin for mud control, drainage, anything. So he needs a whole new grading plan, and that would require up-to-grade stuff like they stuck Vertimont Ranch with their borrow pit. But to do what this project has done to the city and to the residents is slanderous and is fraudulent. And I mean, the short answer is no. The long answer is hell no. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll go with John Schellenberger.
Good evening. John Schellenberger, President, Arrowview Neighborhood Association. I'm here to speak to an opposition on item number 5. In opposition to it, but in support of the Vertimont neighborhood. It is inconceivable to me that toxic lithium-laden concrete was even allowed to be dumped near a residential area. To me, that's criminal in and of itself. But the people that are allegedly involved in the situation doesn't surprise me one bit, because one of the persons that's involved in it never lives here. Didn't when he was mayor, he doesn't now. So it doesn't matter. What doesn't affect you doesn't concern you. But we have elderly people up there and children. And if the intention is just to be able to grind when you're not supposed to be grinding concrete in the city of San Bernardino, get it through your head. This commission has done extensive research and has proven through their research that it's dangerous to the health and safety of my neighbors in Vermont. So to me, the commission needs to say absolutely not. So my question is, okay, if I buy a parcel of land in this city and I see that there's a bunch of stuff there that needs to be taken out, can I get a year extension too? Can you, oh no, John, we're gonna call code enforcement on you and you have to have it out in a month. But this isn't even toxic. Doesn't matter, John, you have to get it out of here. But what about this guy? Oh no, he's involved with this group over here, he's exempt. We can't do that anymore. We have to get things straightened out and get these people straightened out that continue to do this stuff. I stand with my neighbors in Vermont, and I'm with you in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott McLeod?
Hello, my name is Scott McLeod, a longtime employee of Elliott Block, and I'm here just to speak in favor of the project. That's really about all I have to say. I'm sorry.
Thank you. We also have another one for Daniel Giovanji. Was that on a separate item, or? You'll have to speak into the microphone, please.
Yeah, so I'll make it quick. So I had 3 comments today. One was just not on the agenda items. The second one was on number 5, but now they got mixed in. So can I leave another comment, or I don't know how that's working?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so I'll just make it quick because I wanted to talk about the Oxbow project and how it just kind of magically appears to keep on coming back and haunting us, and the bones of a warehouse are, in North San Bernardino. And one of the things that I want to mention is that, the rubble came from a burned down warehouse in Redlands in the IVDA development zone. Could it have not been taken to the toxic recycling center right by the airport? So even aside from, crushing and grinding, which is a contentious topic, it should not happen in residential areas. Should we be, as a planning commission and city staff, looking into when there are toxic materials or crushing and grinding? Should we be getting like a metal shed type thing where we put the crusher inside, then the dust isn't escaping? Or maybe are there some other tactics that we can look into? But just at a high level, and to kind of summarize everything, I'm not in support of this project. I feel like it should be denied and put to the end of it, and the concrete should be removed from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer had also filled one, but she's left. James Penman, Mr. Penman?
Speaking on the Oxbow project, and because I have a similar matter on, I'm not getting involved in the extension for permit, but I don't understand why the Oxbow project is still there. As the former city prosecutor, the solution is rather simple. You file a criminal complaint in Superior Court against the owner of that property, and you get an order from the court that the owner must remove that pile of debris. Now, the city did something similar, but instead of going to the court, they went to the city hearing officer.
The hearing officer does not have authority to sentence anyone to jail. A Superior Court judge does. If a Superior Court judge orders the owners of that property to remove that debris, and the court will give them a certain amount of time to do it, and they fail to do it, first they'll be fined, then if they continue not to remove it, they can be jailed. And we did jail people for similar matters during my years as city attorney. I don't understand why the city just doesn't file a criminal complaint, because I can tell you it's a nuisance. The municipal code provides that a nuisance is a criminal offense, and criminal offenses do not go before the hearing officer. They should go before the Superior Court. And any influence anyone has with anybody, I would encourage you to urge them to do that, because that would remove that entire project. Because I can assure you, somebody might be willing to pay a lot of money in fines because of the long term it's a financial benefit, but they're not going to want to go to jail. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed with the consent agenda. Consent items are considered routine in nature and may be enacted in one motion. All public and non-public public hearings will be opened at one time. Any item may be discussed separately upon a request of a member of the Planning Commission or member of the public. And we had staff update the consent calendar. Any other changes?
No other changes.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak on the consent calendar items? If not, may I entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Quill. Yes. Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sherrick.
Abstain. I wasn't here for the update, so I'm not sure what it was.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed with public hearing items. The Planning Commission will hear a report from staff, and then the public hearing will be opened. The applicant will have an opportunity to speak. Next, members of the public will be allowed to speak. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak must be sworn in and fill out a request form to speak form. The forms are located on the table near the door. When your name is called, come forward and speak into the microphone. Say and spell your name and give your address for the taped record. After all have spoken, the applicant will be allowed to respond. The public hearing will then be closed and the Planning Commission will begin deliberations and make a decision. All actions except general plan amendments and amendments to the Municipal Development Code are final action unless an appeal is filed and fee paid within 15 days to the Community Development Department. If you challenge the resultant action of the Planning Commission in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this agenda, or in written correspondence delivered to the Community Development Department at or prior to the public hearing. We'll go ahead and proceed with. Go ahead.
I have a general question. I have several comments. It also involves number 5. Do I wait till after, or do I make all my comments now? How do I do that?
I would wait to the end for commission
No problem.
comments. And Chairwoman, the next item is number 2, the real property street vacation. I believe Mary has something to say about that. The next item, number 2, I believe Mary has something to say about it.
The continued item of number 2, real property street vacation.
Correct. And we would need the action by the commission to officially continue that item to a date certain, which will be December 12th.
Chairwoman, and so before a motion, second, and vote, I would ask that you open the public hearing, accept any public comments from those here in attendance to speak on that item specifically, and then you can entertain a motion to continue the item.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for item number 2, real property street vacation 15.30-437. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on this item? We'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
You can keep the public hearing open.
We'll keep it open
Don't
for the
close
motion.
it,
Okay.
and now you can entertain a motion to continue to
Okay.
December the 12th.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to continue that to the meeting of the 12th.
Okay. I think she heard you. Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Quill, Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherrick,
Yes.
Thank you. So the item will be continued to the December 12th meeting.
Chairwoman, if I may.
Well-
Jennifer, could you just report out how the vote came out for this item and then every item going forward?
yes. For item 2, all were in favor.
And so the vote tally was what?
7?
So seven yes votes?
Yes.
Okay, so I would just ask if you could say the item is approved or the item was not approved after you tally the votes. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll close the public hearing on this.
Yes, you can move to item 3 now.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Staff, please.
Yes, good evening, everybody.
Let me start this.
Oh.
Because I want to do some procedural items.
Okay.
So, good evening, Honorable Chair and distinguished members of the Planning Commission. Item number 3 is Appeal 23-03, and it's a appeal of Development and Economic or Environmental Review Committee's approval of an extension of time 23-01 on a request to allow a 1-year extension for a previously approved development permit type D20-01 involving development and establishment of a truck and trailer parking facility on a parcel containing approximately 14.48 acres located at 157 North Rancho Avenue. And I did want to note, we'll have our associate planner, Michael Rosales, do the presentation this evening. After his presentation, during the public hearing portion, the appellant in this case will have 15 minutes for a presentation to the commission, and the applicant will then have 15 minutes of presentation to the commission, and then you would have the public hearing open for any other commenters on this particular item. So, Mr. Rosales.
Yes, thank you, Mary. Item number 3 tonight is Appeal 23-03 of extension of time 23-01. Before I get into the presentation, I'd like to make some corrections to the resolution typos. On page 2 of the resolution, it says, whereas September 30th, 2023, pursuant to the requirements of section 19.52, hearing appeals application processing, that date should actually say, whereas on November 4th, 2023, that's when the public noticing went out. And then again, on page 4 of the resolution, there was a typo for where it says expiration date, November 14th, 2025. That should say November 14th, 2024. All right. So tonight's item number 3 is an appeal of the extension of time for previously approved development permit type 20-01 involving the development and establishment of a truck and trailer parking facility on a parcel containing approximately 14 acres. It's located at 157 North Rancho Avenue within the industrial heavy zone. Here's the location and zoning map showing industrial zoning designations surrounding the immediate property. Here's the aerial map showing the property surrounded by like uses. You can see there's a lot of BNSF railroad around there. All right, and we have our analysis. So a little background. June 9, 2021, the City of San Bernardino's Development and Environmental Review Committee held a duly noticed public hearing for Development Permit Type D 20-01 and Subdivision 21-01, requesting to consolidate 21 parcels containing 14.48 acres into one parcel and allowing the development and establishment of a truck and trailer parking facility. A mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project pursuant to the requirements of CEQA. At the duly noticed public hearing, Development Permit Type D 20-01, Subdivision 21-01, and the mitigated negative declaration were adopted and approved. On April 28, 2023, the applicant Elliott's Precision Block applied for an extension of time, which was EOT 23-01 for the previously approved project. Only Development Permit Type D 20-01 needed the extension of time as the final map for the subdivision was recorded on October 11th of 2022, and the mitigated negative declaration was upheld as valid. On August 23, 2023, staff presented a recommendation of approval to the Development and Environmental Review Committee for adoption of Resolution 2023-027, which approved the extension of time 23-01, which allowed the one-year time extension for the previously approved project. All right, so before the approval of the original projects of DPD 20-01 and Subdivision 21-01 in June of 2021, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the original project because the initial study had identified potentially significant effects on the environment. However, revisions in the project plans and proposals made and agreed by the applicant avoided and mitigated any possible effects to a point where no significant effect on the environment would occur. Before approval for the project in June of 2021, around April 26, 2021, and per the requirements of CEQA, the Planning Division published a notice of intent to adopt a mitigated negative declaration and commenced the required 20-day public review period on the initial study and M&D, which was prepared for the projects. During the required 20-day public review period on the M&D, there were minimal comments from the applicable agencies and none from the general public. Fast forward to May 27, 2021, Planning Division received the final initial study, M&D, from Lilborn Corporation on behalf of the applicant, Elliott Precision Block, and after the approval of the project on June 9, 2021, a notice of determination was filed for the M&D per CEQA, commencing a 30-day challenge period. In that time, the M&D was not challenged, and therefore the M&D remains valid throughout the life of the project per state CEQA guidelines. There's no expiration period for an M&D per CEQA regulations. Furthermore, extension of time 23-01 is an administrative activity that has no potential for resulting in a physical change in the environment, directly or indirectly, and just extends the time to commence construction in accordance with the previously approved development permit 20-01 and doesn't authorize any new development. So we have our project investment. So far, we have an on-site improvement investment, land development, which is the on-site improvements of $61,928.66. For the off-site improvements, which be your street improvements and whatnot, $31,240.58 allotted. For landscaping, you're looking at $10,690.96. For the grading bond alone, $254,500. And for the on-site performance bond, $251,600. $63,000 has been spent for SEE to relocate 3 utility poles and cables on site, and a total of $600,000 plus is anticipated in total of improvements to the locational, on-site, and street improvements, as well as in the immediate area. So here we have the original approved site plans from the original approval. Here we have the reiteration of the landscape plans. Here we have the site looking east. This is the site as it sits now, very clean, very landscaped, well-to-do. The on-site, there is no active code violations. They've never been in any circumstantial code violations or received any sort of violations. And this is the notice of determination that was filed for the M&D, which solidifies the project so it can't be challenged. So before I go on to my recommendation, I believe, Mary, did you want to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. I did want to make a few staff clarifications just based on the appeal that we did receive. And one of the references in the appeal was that the DERC committee members recessed to behind closed doors to discuss the meeting and met with the applicant. I want to say that that information is not correct. The DERC did recess for a short break. The only person that left the dais that went back into that left the room, others might have left to other areas, but I did leave the room with Mr. Rosales briefly during that recess. But the committee as a whole did not recess that meeting. I wanted to make that clear to the commission and the community because that would be a Brown Act violation, and that did not happen.
Okay, so with that, our recommendation is that Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-039, denying Appeal 23-03 for the extension of time 23-01 based on the findings of fact. And I can answer any questions, and I have the applicants here who would like to present something to you.
So we'll start with the
Public.
appellant when the chair chooses to open the public hearing.
All right, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing now. Thank you. And we'll have the appellate present.
So in light of the speaker's comments, we do want to provide a fair and open hearing and consideration of the appeal. And in light of the noticing, staff would recommend a continuance. The applicant could get up and speak, but they may also prefer to wait till the next meeting should the continued meeting to make their presentation. So you might ask the applicant if they would like to move forward on their presentation.
James Penman, Milligan, Beswick, Levine, and Knox, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Elliott Precision Block Company. This hearing was noticed some time ago. I'm not sure why the appellant says she only received notice yesterday. I met with the appellant on behalf of our clients on October 16. I met with Ms. Silva, and our clients had wanted to come too, but Ms. Romero, Teamsters Local 1932, facilitated the meeting with Ms. Silva and informed me that they only wanted to meet with me, I guess because they knew me, I don't know. But anyway, we met. And I told them that even though our clients had a 719-page environmental report prepared and had adopted everything in there that the DERC wanted, that if they wanted to make some other suggestions as to additional mitigation measures, our clients would consider those. and I was informed that they didn't really have any others to offer. We would object to continuing this hearing. We have people here from out of state, traveled a long distance for this. Everyone was notified. I would check with Ms. Lanier again and respectively ask, was not Ms. Lanier is busy with a conversation with the city attorney. I would ask Ms. Lanier, was the appellant not notified of this hearing prior to?
It's my understanding that notifications were mailed out. However, I will need to confirm with staff to see if they actually directly received an individual notice, separate from our standard notification.
Well, I had an email exchange with Ms. Romero just a week ago, and they were aware of tonight's hearing at that time. So I'm testifying under oath, so I kind of find it hard to believe that they just found out yesterday. We would like to proceed. We object to the continuance. It's detrimental to our clients. They've already spent, you saw that the anticipated amount of money that they were going to spend was $600,000. They've already spent $600,000. They've done all the mitigation measures that were requested through DERC. It's a tremendous amount of money, and we respectfully ask the commission to go ahead and proceed with this. The appellant still has the opportunity, should you go against the appellant, to appeal this to the city council. So it isn't like they won't have a hearing yet. And I really think just because the appellant sent a letter saying she just learned of it yesterday, and one person in the audience confirmed that, and I respect that. But I am confident that they knew and have known for some time. Perhaps the associate planner has a comment on that, since he approached the dais.
Yes, everybody was noticed, but let's let my interim director.
Staff would like to take a short recess. Yeah, at the pleasure of the commission to take a look at this.
Okay, so we will take a, 5 or 10? A 5-minute recess at 7:11 p.m. Thank you.
noticing completed and sent out, and the appellant was on that list. There should have been some additional noticing provided to them individually regarding the project, and that was not done. So as I indicated earlier, to be fair to the applicant, the appellant, and all of the other parties that are interested in this particular item, the item be continued.
Thank you. On this particular item? That we're still on 3. Yes, did you fill out, we have quite a few that are wishing to speak on this item. Did you fill out a form? Okay. We haven't gone through that yet. Okay, thank
And
you.
Chair, you can take public testimony and then
Okay.
just continue the public hearing, should that be the commission's desire.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item. And then we'll proceed with the public comments. Okay,
Excuse me, Madam Chairperson,
yes.
are you going to accept the recommendation to continue the item? Because that will affect whether our speakers will speak or not. We need to know if it's going to be continued or if it's going to proceed tonight. Again, we're asking it to proceed tonight. We believe that the notice that was sent was legally sufficient. The fact that there might have been other notices, I don't know anything about that, but you're only required by law to give the notice. And I have a copy of the notice dated, postmarked November 2nd, 2023, that went out, and you've heard the interim director state that the appellant was on the list. And I believe that's legally sufficient. I would defer to legal counsel for the city if they have any contrary.
I'm sorry, sir.
Excuse me.
He's still speaking. Thank you.
I would defer to legal counsel for the city if there's some legal notice requirement that was not met, but the only notice I'm aware of that's required is this one. And it was sent.
We haven't opened a public hearing, ma'am. I'm sorry.
The appellant does have her statement here, and we can read it for her. So it's not like she's not here and her statement is not here. She wrote her statement down, which I can read for her.
So then, we can-
Chairwoman, given the comments just stated, I would recommend that the Planning Commission proceed, hear the written comments from the appellant, then hear the comments from the applicant's representative, and then take public comments.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, no. And we'll go ahead and have the administration of oath, please.
Hello, Planning Commission. My name is Johanna Silva. I am appellant for this item. Unfortunately, I have to work and I am unable to attend. I would like to first state that the notice for the appeal barely arrived today, Monday, the day before the meeting, and has not given me enough time to plan accordingly to be present at this meeting. Furthermore, this project cannot continue or be approved for the extension of time that was requested by the developer. There is enough pollution in this area already due to BNSF and a parking facility that was already built just down the street from where this project would take place. The cumulative implications of having so many high pollution industries near neighborhoods needs to be studied further so that we can truly grasp the effects that will have on our own health and overall well-being. Community came before the DERC and pleaded with committee members who are not part of this community and have no real understanding of the battles we face with poor air quality and crumbling infrastructure that will only worsen with construction of yet another parking facility for trucks and trailers. There was a violation of Brown Act on behalf of DERC where all committee members excused themselves past the same door, and when they returned, the decision was made to approve this project. The committee was left in the dark while they left to either speak about this or not. We did not know. This happened away from the public eye and left a bitter taste in our mouth as we feel this was dishonest and there was no true accountability to the public. A project was approved without proper representation of community on that committee. Our voices, our pleas were heard but blatantly ignored. Per the last Planning Commission meeting, I saw that many of the commissioners were stunned to find out the DERC is able to streamline projects without the commission event hearing about them. You have members that don't truly grasp the pleas from community approving projects that will continue to worsen our quality of life and health. The lack of proper representation coupled with industrial greed continue to harm communities, especially Black and brown communities that are historically low income. So I ask that you please not ignore the pleas of community and stop this truck stop from being built in my community. I also deeply encourage the commission to work alongside the developer to find more suitable land for this project. I understand that there is need for this facility, but the need for this facility cannot be met with greater support than the needs of community. Moving this project to a solely industrial area would be best for community and development. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. Thank you.
I need to correct myself. I misspoke a minute ago. I said I met with Ms. Silva. It was not Ms. Silva. It was the lady who just spoke, and Ms. Romero that I met with. Ms. Silva was unable to make it, and I apologize for that. But everything else was accurate. Respectfully, if we're allowed to, we would like to let the public comments proceed and then make our presentation afterwards, because I suspect that a lot of the questions you may have will come after you hear the public speakers. Is that permissible?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we will, okay. So we'll start with Miriam Nieto.
Hi again. My name is Miriam Nieto. I am the co-director of Just San Bernardino, and I am here to say, please go ahead with the staff's recommendations to appeal of the development and environmental review of the committee's approval extension of time. And the reason I am also in favor of that is because not only is this harmful to our communities, not only is this development another trucking development that is coming here to San Bernardino, the city of San Bernardino does not have a trucking route still. We do not have a plan for a trucking route. We do not have appropriate zoning that is appropriate for trucking routes, a plan. Nothing has come out of our city. So I don't believe that any of these projects should even be coming to life at the moment, not until we actually give the community what it deserves, give the community the policies, the work you guys as your jobs that you guys have to be working along with other city leaders, city councils to really pushing to bring an actual plan together. That's what the community needs. We don't need just random projects coming into life and then the community having to come out here and fight them. Maybe these jobs are needed, maybe these routes are needed, but there has to be some sort of system for it. And that system is having a plan, having a trucking route and having the appropriate zoning for it first. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Chair Guerrero, if I can make one clarification. Ms. Nieto indicated that she concurred with the staff recommendation. I believe she does not concur with the staff recommendation. Staff is recommending that the appeal be denied. I think she wanted the appeal upheld.
Sorry. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
A question, clarification. So for clarification, staff is recommending we approve the trucking. I mean, is that what you're saying? So it's clear to everyone. Staff is recommending we approve by denying the appeal.
Staff is recommending that you deny the appeal,
And approve
uphold
project.
the DERC committee decision to approve the extension of the development plan. The project itself has already been approved, so it'd be just the appeal or just the extension of that development plan that is being considered.
Thank you. Rocio Agallo?
Good evening. I just wanted to say that I'm a community member, been in this community for 27 years, and my family has been here for over 50 years. And I have been in community organizing spaces. I went to Valley College, I went to UCR, and my job is to study policy and research and to be involved in, just like the staff here. My level of knowledge is not to where Mr. Penman, the lawyer, and these other individuals are at. But I can tell you right now that the community, we're tired of having warehouses, truck parking facilities, especially on the west side where it is most heavily placed. And I live on the west side, so I know. I drive around the whole city and you can see that it's just placed in this community, in the 1st, in the 3rd, in the 6th ward. And people don't know that this is happening. That's why they're not here speaking out. They wouldn't even be able to read this agenda because it's not very clear. I don't understand a lot of the terms myself. And so I just want to stand in support with Joanna Silva, the appellant, I think is the term, because the community who lives in that neighborhood, a lot of mobile home parks are in that surrounding neighborhood, and they themselves, I've went and knocked on their doors and I've had conversations with them, and they do not want this to happen. A lot of them are predominantly Spanish speakers, and this, I don't know if this notice went out in Spanish, but they're not aware of this, and then they probably wouldn't understand the terminology as well, just like myself, who I'm struggling to understand these things as a college-educated person. And so I just want to continue, I want to ask the Planning Commission to continue this item to a different time and continue to be more informed and have conversations with residents in that neighborhood before you make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Elliott?
Hello, I'm Mark Elliott. I was expecting to go last. I'm here to speak in favor of getting this project underway. We have met every criteria that's been asked for. We have jumped through every hoop. We have dotted every I, crossed every T. This isn't a mere bagatelle. This is not a mere bag of peanuts. This is part of the future of San Bernardino. We've been in business for 77 years on that piece of property, and we're changing. When people talk about all the detriment that we're bringing to the city, it's completely ridiculous. We're bringing less trucks. We used to have 8 of our own semis that ran in and out of that plant, as well as all the customers. We won't have those customers anymore. We used to fill the cement silos full of cement. We had to have a special filter house up on top. Our old sock house for catching the dust was no longer good enough. So we had to build a new kind. As far as the quality of our air is particularly good compared to what it used to be. Kaiser Steel doesn't exist anymore, doesn't turn the air green like when I was growing up. Don't we brag about our great air quality when we talk about business coming to San Bernardino? If we want business to come to San Bernardino, if we want people in San Bernardino, then we need to allow them to be in business, conduct business. The laws of commerce, you know, as far as truck routes go, I could really care less if you ever get truck routes. I spent plenty of time behind the wheel. We need to be able to get to the job site without having to go 2 miles down the road to find a road where you can drive on, you know, and the laws of commerce address that. I could go on because I'm a freaking system of checks and balances. And my point is that we have done everything that was asked for. COVID screwed up the whole world, and it screwed up our world too. And just because we weren't able to get moving on it, because of that, doesn't mean that everybody else can come traipsing in and start throwing their little rocks at the situation. The fact is that it's going to be a much cleaner, much quieter situation than Elliott Block ever was. And as far as the trailer parks, geez, I delivered block to those trailer parks when they were building them. Some of them are very, very old. One of them in particular isn't.
Thank you.
Yep.
We'll proceed with Judy Penman.
She wanted me to talk some more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Normally, I would say it's a great day in San Bernardino. However, let's hope it's a great day in San Bernardino. I'm Judy Penman. I'm the President CEO of the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to support business. As a retired deceased San Bernardino police chief once told me, business is the lifeblood of any community. And that's how we survive. That's how we get our cha-ching, cha-ching. And so I looked at all this information of Elliott Precision Block, and I was so impressed with what they've done for 77 years. You know, when I read these letters, and I hope all of you did too, because it's quite touching, especially the part where so many of them graduated from Pacific High School, yay, yay. And there's blocks all over this community. Even Quill Brothers did business with them. And Cal State and the church on Sierra Way, I mean, my goodness, they've left their legacy all over this town. What a memory, you know, what a legacy. And now they're going in a different direction. But 77 years of doing business tells me they're not going to do bad business. They're going to bring another success to our community. So I am proud to say that on behalf of the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce, we are hoping that you will approve this extension for them. You know, COVID raised its ugly head in our city, and everybody likes to blame COVID. But it has done a lot of damage, and it's caused a little recess in all of our lives, not only personally, but professionally. It certainly has at the Chamber. So I do hope that you read these letters and extend that extension for them. please. I also wanted to add something else while another speaker was talking. I thought not any one individual in this room can speak for the whole entire community. We can only give our opinion for what we feel that our group of people or who we speak to feels. I'm great at giving opinions, as those of you who know me know. But I would hope that you would dig down deep in your heart and do what's best, what I think is good for business. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for what you do. I really do appreciate you.
Thank you. We'll go with Gwen Elliott, please. Gwen Elliott.
Is it on? Hi. I need a drink. Thank you, Planning Commission. My name is, Commissioners, my name is Gwen Elliott. I'm the CFO of Elliott Precision Block Company, and I've been working in the city of San Bernardino and for the my small family business for the past 15 years. I don't know, maybe it's the heat in here, I don't know. We want to be good stewards with the business and land our grandparents, Fred Elliott and Velma Elliott, started in 1946. My father, our fathers, my dad's identical twin, who's the president for the past 40 plus years, since my grandfather passed when I was 10 years old in 1980. My grandmother lived to 100 years old, and she was always proud of our company. She passed away 10 years ago. My aunt, who just turned 80, has been involved with the business. Uncles, we've had 4 generations work in my family company. We have had many employee, local employees. We've been invited to their children's weddings. We have deep roots in this city. We have given our time, our work, to our small family business for the benefit of the family and the community. I want to read a letter from our employee who was not able to make it tonight. My name is Adele Schulte, and I am a current and longstanding resident of San Bernardino. I am currently employed at Elliott Block Company, but have been familiar with the company for many years. Working in the same industry as my father's business, we would oftentimes collaborate with Elliott Block to meet the desired needs of our customers. And now, as an employee of Elliott Block, I have firsthand knowledge of how they go above and beyond to ensure that not only their customers are well taken care of, but their employees as well. I have heard countless experiences of how Elliott Block has created a sense of family in the community, of longtime customers supporting the small business, knowing that they could always trust and rely on Elliott Block for their needs. Many of our employees who have lived in San Bernardino most or all of their lives started with the Elliott Block family and worked up until retirement. Elliott has created lifelong careers and supported many families in our community and will continue to do so. I am in favor of the time extension to complete the redevelopment. I'm also in favor of the truck trailer project and the need in the community. So many small businesses are disappearing. So to see a small business change with the environment, grow and evolve into a business that would help the economy is a positive change for the community. Thank you so much for your time. Please approve our extension for the development.
Thank you. We'll go Matt Thomas.
Yeah, I'm just here to support Elliott Block and their need for the extension of time. I think as many business owners, one myself and the community, there's ever-changing policies and regulations. COVID was no didn't do anybody any favors. Many registrations, permits, codes, policies, regulations were changed in that time, and it made things fairly difficult. And I think in this case specifically, as has been acknowledged, doing business the right way for 80 years is not easy to do, especially when supporting a community for this long and supporting this many people and employing this many people. And so on that note, I just simply, as a business owner in the area, support what they're doing, how they're going about it the right way. And they're not asking for anything new, they're asking for an extension on an already approved process. So just, that's really about it, supporting them in this decision and as they continue to build and be a successful business in the community.
Thank you. Carmen Gonzalez?
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Carmen González,
Chairwoman,
organizadora con la Colectiva Popular.
Just one moment,
second.
please.
I just want to be sure, Jennifer, that we're providing this person 6 minutes, not 3. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Carmen González, organizadora con la Colectiva Popular para la Justicia Ambiental.
Good evening. My name is Carmen González. Carmen González, and I'm here representing the community. Organizer? The organizer for the collectivity. Popular for the justice of the community.
Y estoy yo aquí para pedirles que adopten la apelación, ya que, perdón.
And I'm here to please request to approve this appeal.
Ya que con 20 años de vivir en el área de San Bernardino, he visto cómo la salud sigue deteriorándose de la comunidad, inclusive de la mía y de mi familia.
Because living 20 years here in San Bernardino County, I can see that the health of the community is getting worse every time.
Mi esposo y yo, él fue coach de Rubén Campos, o árbitro.
My husband and I, my husband was a coach of from Rubén Campos.
Lo cual hemos sido afectados por el área de tantos camiones, de la contaminación que hay.
So we have been involved, actually, particularly bad for this pollution of the trucks around this area.
Así que pido, por favor, las personas, decían algunas personas que vienen de fuera, yo no vengo de fuera, yo estoy aquí en San Bernardino sufriendo los estragos de esta contaminación.
Many people talking today, many they are not from here, from this area, but actually I live in this area and I'm affected directly from this pollution.
También fui voluntaria en las escuelas y me di cuenta cómo la tasa de asma aumenta día a día.
I have been volunteering in the schools, and I also can see the indicators of asthma in this area has been increasing every time.
Hablan de el COVID. El COVID cobró muchas muertes, claro, pero más en nuestra área de San Bernardino.
Many people also talk about COVID, and of course, yes, COVID has affected us, and they have the COVID has taken many lives, and also most of the people in San Bernardino.
Ustedes se han preguntado por qué. Porque todos ellos, muchos, muy lastimados ya de sus pulmones por la contaminación, no resistieron más.
Have you asked yourself why? Because many of these people that have been or they have died for COVID, they have been affected before for the lung problems in San Bernardino.
Nosotros que estamos en el área afectada, mi comunidad es gente asalariada y que muchas de las veces no puede asistir a las reuniones porque ellos viven de un sueldo.
Many people that cannot come to this meeting is because they are working and they have salaries, and most of them, they cannot come to this meeting.
Yo amo a San Bernardino y por eso lucho por San Bernardino, Cuando presentan un mapa, presentan las cosas muy lindas, pero la realidad es otra.
I live in San Bernardino. I love San Bernardino, but actually when you're presenting a map, you are only showing the beautiful thing or the beautiful part of these maps, but actually I know the reality of this.
Tengo familiares, los invito a San Bernardino y me dicen, no, San Bernardino está muy feo, muchas calles feas, industria, carros.
I have families, I always invite them to come to San Bernardino, but then they always tell me, no, San Bernardino, no, it's very polluted, it's very contaminated, it's dangerous, and they tell me that all the time.
Por eso hoy pido que los intereses monetarios de la industria o de algunos cuantos no sobrepasen la salud de la comunidad.
So today I'm here to request you that not only the money can overcome actually the needs of health of the community.
Muchas gracias y también agradezco por la traducción, porque es como cuando un sordo no escucha y ya con la traducción ya escucho.
Thank you very much for this comment, and also appreciate this interpretation because it's like a deaf that they cannot hear, but now I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tanya Gonzalez?
Before I start, I wanted to see if I can pass out or if these maps could be passed out. It's possible. All right, well, my name is Tanya. I'm with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice, as my previous colleague was too. I am here today to urge you to approve the appeal for the truck and trailer parking that's being proposed. So to begin with, I know I stood up a while ago and told y'all that Joanna wasn't able to be here since she was the one who, appealed this, submitted the appeal. And as I mentioned, she unfortunately couldn't come because she couldn't get out of work. But yeah, we have been working with her very closely, so we know most of what's going on. So to start off, you may be wondering why you haven't really received much of a push against this project. And that's because until a bit ago, the requirement was to notify people living within 500 feet of that project. That got extended to 1,000 feet, meaning that Joanna and her neighbors were notified right now about this project. So that's why they showed up now, right? But they showed up after the project was approved. So how do you expect to get community input about projects that are impacting the community when you're not allowing them to come and give their input? Also, there hasn't been enough research done about the impacts that it's going to have in the environment. And when I talk about the environment, I just don't, not just, up in the air or on the ground and the flowers and trees. I talk about the health of people, because the pollution that comes with these projects is affecting the health of people. And last time we were here at the DRC, they said it wasn't going to have a big impact because it's just a parking lot. Okay, cool, but how are those trucks and trailers going to get into the parking lot? They're not going to magically drop in. They're going to drive in. They're going to be driving through these communities. Okay, sorry, I'm just a little bit heated. The many people who were here last time for the DRC did say that they weren't against the project. We acknowledge that we need truck stops. We acknowledge that there's parking that needs to be done, but it should not be done near homes. One last thing, last time we were here, we had more people that were able to come. Many of them spoke Spanish, and I don't know if anyone knew, but this small family business laughed at the people who were speaking Spanish, because I saw them giggling when we were talking. Even the representative who was here last time got aggressive with one of our community members. So yeah, sure, they're a family-owned business. That's great for them. But no matter how little they are, they're still impacting the community. Also, the lawyer mentioned that, oh, he misspoke. He didn't speak to Joanna or Miss Silva, that he spoke to Miriam. Miriam has not spoken to him. He met with Martha, and that was an unofficial meeting. It wasn't an official meeting.
Thank you. Melvin Elliott? Melvin Elliott? Is he not here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
A couple of exhibits. How would I exhibit them?
Chair Guerrero, if this person is representing the applicant, that should go during the applicant's 15 minutes. I don't know who he's representing. I think you should ask.
Yes, sir. Are you representing the applicant?
I am
You are
the
the applicant.
president of the applicant.
Okay.
He's
Oh.
up here as a member of the community, not as part of the
I mean,
presentation.
we haven't done our presentation yet, so I'd probably rather wait till after we do our presentation, but I guess the order got kind of,
You're doing all those slips
Do you-
instead of the presentations.
So if this gentleman is the applicant, I would say he should go during the 15 minutes for the applicant.
Okay. So if you don't mind, if we can go ahead and proceed with public comments, we have 5 left, and then we can have the applicant present.
and we will do that. In the past, sometimes applicants have spoken during the 3 minutes and they've spoken again during their presentation, but the rules sometimes change, so we will follow the current rules. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So we'll go ahead with Christian Flores, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Christian Flores. I'm a community organizer with Inland Congregations United for Change and a lifetime resident of San Bernardino in the First Ward. However, I'll be giving, I guess, some of my insight in regards to the DIRC meetings that I attended in the past. However, also speaking on behalf of 2 residents that live in the neighboring mobile home parks, the Santiago Mobile Home Park and the Petit Chateau Mobile Home Park, that are within the 1,000-foot radius of the proposed project, that weren't able to make it today, as it appears one side received more notification or information in regards to the meeting than the other. And it might very well be that the Planning Commission is not held to the same notification standards that were recently changed in the DIRC hearings when they were changed to the 1,000 feet. Otherwise, more community members would have been able to adequately make plans to be here and speak in regards to their qualms about the project, specifically in regards to how many families live within those mobile home parks, and that particular area is a high traffic area, crucial to the commutes and school buses that transport all of the students that attend the nearby schools there from those mobile home parks. I know that this area is zoned heavy industrial, but this is an example of historical housing inequality where affordable housing developments have purposely been placed in heavy industrial zones as opposed to residential zones, which has happened across the state and the country. That being said, feel free to look up the police records for today and for accidents and the frequency of accidents that happen on the corner of that street, because just today there was an accident there as well. In addition, I just want to echo what was brought up in regards to folks, because of that change in regards to the notification for the project development radius. It's specifically the reason why this August, for the DIRC meetings, despite the project having been approved prior, there was a complete shift in the amount of people that were not present to the amount of people that were present, who were community members that live within that radius of that project and are most heavily impacted by the project being developed. So I am in favor of moving forward with the appeal, and if possible, to continue this item for another meeting where we actually would be able to notify those families that are living in those areas, because if the applicant herself wasn't able to be notified in time to be able to make the adjustments, then how would they?
Thank you. Kyle Nilsson, please.
Good evening, Honorable Chairperson and Planning Commissioners. I appreciate your time and community service here to the city of San Bernardino. My name is Kyle Nielsen. I am the great-grandson of the late Fred and Velma Elliott, who founded the block company here in San Bernardino in 1946, not 1846. I grew up at 1430 Yucca Drive in San Bernardino, where I lived until our home was destroyed in the Old Waterman Canyon fire. That home, as well as the church I attended through my youth, were built with Elliott Block. My roots are built around this city. San Bernardino and this company have my heart and memories, and although the multi-generational family business is changing directions, it's not changing hands. We are here to carry on the legacy created by Gramps 77 years ago. Our commitment to this city and the generations of people impacted by Elliott Block Company continues strong as we seek extension approval to see this project come to life and help solve infrastructure and logistical challenges the transportation industry is currently facing in this community. One of the city's nicknames is the Gate City, or the Gateway City. It's a central hub to multiple freeways, airports, and a distribution path to and from Southern California's coastal ports. Having worked at the Carousel Mall, Sterling Cinema 6, IHOP, and Beaver Medical Group, and in the residential pest control space in and around San Bernardino for the past 20 plus years, I've seen the direct impact of businesses that commit to be good stewards of the area they work in and the people they work with. I've also seen the opposite. The Elliott Block family has 77 years of good stewardship and commitment to where we were born and raised, and we wish for the opportunity to continue as good stewards of this area by pivoting the family business to help contribute to the city and aid in solving some new logistical problems we're all facing in today's day and age. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ryan Nilsson?
Good evening, Honorable Chairperson and Planning Commissioners. We appreciate the time and service that you give to this community and to the city of San Bernardino. I am speaking here tonight in support of upholding the D and ERC approval of the extension of time for the previously approved development permit for this truck and trailer parking facility. I am a longtime San Bernardino native. I attended and graduated from both Pacific High School and Cal State San Bernardino. I was involved in the Muscoobiabi Neighborhood Action Group for several years, and I've always enjoyed working with my fellow neighbors. With that, I do appreciate all the people that are in attendance on this night to come and participate in this civil and civic process and our duty we have as citizens to make our voices heard, whether it be for or against projects. That is the way government's meant to work. So thank you everyone for being here. My family's business is seeking to encourage economic activity that utilizes the transportation and locational strengths of San Bernardino. This property, located within an area zoned industrial heavy, is perfectly situated near the rail yards to support and expedite the transportation of goods throughout the state and country. There's a great need for these type of yards to help support our local truckers by giving them a place to safely hook up to loads and also prevent illegal parking and storage of trailers on our neighborhood streets and business zones. These types of illegal parking cause congestion, unsafe runoff from dripping oil into non-contained gutters. Dedicated parking lots have been specifically designed to contain contaminants that may or may not come off of vehicles to be directed towards treatment facilities. we appreciate you being here tonight to hear us in support of this procedural extension of time for the previously approved development permit. Thank you.
Daniel Gerongi?
Hello, Daniel Giovangi, a 7th Ward resident, longtime member of City of San Bernardino. So I have a couple of few notes. I heard a few speakers from the Elliott family and employees, and I congratulate them for being in business for 77 years. And hopefully they'll be in business for another 300 years. It sounds like a swell business. I do have an ask though. As small business owners, I would like you to support the appeal. I know that sounds surprising, but I'd like you to support it so that way not only are you a good business, but you're being a good steward to the community. We're taking our community's concerns in mind. We know this is contentious, but you know what? We're gonna do business, we're gonna crush it, we're gonna kill it, but we're also gonna protect the environment and our community. There's another note that I wanna add on this topic. Joanna just barely arrived. From what I've been hearing, this sounds like an 11th hour notice. Our staff member did a presentation. It was about 14, 15 minutes. There was an agenda prepared. But I have a question. When did Joanna get a mailer? Did she get a text? Did she get a call for this meeting? Was she alerted that there was a presentation due? Did she have advance notice? And if not, and if so, what is the standard procedure when applicants are putting $2,000 of their own money communicating with planning, but then for them to suddenly not show up or come late? That sounds odd. So I'm criticizing the process and I'm upset at the process, not necessarily at Elliott, not at the representatives, but at the process of how it's going. Another note that I'd like to mention is that some of these projects, when we're looking at CEQA exemptions, this is a 14-acre plot. There's gonna be a lot of truck trailers, a lot of pollution. The BNSF yard produces tons of pollution. The 215 produces tons of pollution. The light industrial produces tons of pollution. If we do too many CEQA exemptions, we're gonna have tons of pollution. When COVID hit, we noticed the air got better. If you went to the mountains and you look down below, no smog. Now when you go up to the mountains, you look down below, tons of smog. So it's a big problem. We gotta make sure we gotta be a good steward to the community and support our small businesses, but protect our environment. I know this is a contentious topic. It looks like, sometimes we're social justice warriors. It's, sometimes it becomes politically polarized, but screw that. It doesn't matter about Sacramento. It doesn't matter about what's going on there. It matters what we do and what we set forward. If we're gonna be small business owners, we should be good stewards to the community. This is something that's been taught in my family for generations. My family's been in real estate for over 200 years, banking for several hundred years.
Thank
we
you.
have good track record. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll proceed with Maravilla Gayes.
Okay, and it's Maravilla Giles. Good evening. Thank you for being here. I know that it's a lot to do these meetings. It's a lot to hear everybody out all the time, so thank you for your time. However, I did want to bring to light the fact that, again, addressing the Elliott family and employees, nobody in this room is not in support of local business, but it's more that this is an opportunity to make sure that things happen the right way the first time. And we all know the value of that, the value of slowing down, considering how things change, considering how this affects air quality and community. And then I also wanted to bring up the fact that it is not any less important to the community because they weren't able to show up earlier in the process. You heard many speak about how the rule was moved from 500 feet to 1,000 feet. So when we give this extra time to literally the appeal, we give community the opportunity to use their democratic voice, which y'all are helping with that process, right? You have the incredible privilege of being able to make informed decisions for the community. So I wanted to explain that this is not let's pause this project. It is a opportunity to let all people continue to be heard. And then speaking also to pollution, which many who came and spoke before me did a much better job than I'm going to do speaking about like pollution, the way it affects San Bernardino, but pollution affects all of us. This tends to be a partisan issue, but we all need to recognize that the air quality affects literally all of us. So when I'm up here, you know, trying to champion the children of that community, I'm trying to champion the children of all of our communities. We need to make sure we're doing something right the first time so that we don't have to go back and continue making repair after expensive repair. So there is value in slowing down a process. There is value in being careful. And I think that's something I really wanted to remind the board of today, is that it is okay to slow down. Like Daniel said, I hope y'all are in business. It's wonderful that you brought your business to San Bernardino. You kept it here. We needed that. We've gone through many hard times. But let's slow down and be cautious, careful, and make sure we're keeping everybody safe. Thank you again. No, it's been a long night.
Thank you. Andrea Vidon?
Hello, can you hear me? It's a tough one. It's Andrea Vidaurre. Yeah, so my name is Andrea. I use she, her pronouns. I'm with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice. I would say, part of the appealing process over the last couple of months. My understanding from what I heard directly from the planning department was this is the first time anyone has ever appealed anything at the DERC. And so I wouldn't be surprised that if maybe the process wasn't done right because it hasn't been done before. We got notice, I mean, this was sent out before a holiday weekend to the post office, and we know how much delays can happen with the post office. This also went through a mobile home park, which people know it goes through a mobile home park, which sometimes post office treats differently, right? Well, it will go to one area to the manager's office and then to everybody else. So all of those things needed to be taken into account if we really did want community engagement with everybody. The fact that the applicant only had one day, the day prior, to figure out how to make their way over here is already enough notice. I'd also really would want to see where in the email it said anything or any guidance on the website or even on that sheet on how to do an appeal that it was expected to do a 15-minute presentation. If you can point that would be very important because all that stuff wasn't mentioned, which maybe I understand because this is the first time that you guys are ever dealing with a appeal, and I understand why. We had to pay for your labeling, we had to pay for the labels, we had to pay for the mailing, we had to pay for the postage. We had to actually get all those names. I mean, it was an incredibly, it was a difficult process, right, for a community resident to do. And so talking about this truck stop, no one is saying we don't need truck stops. The city has built out so many warehouses in this community with not enough truck storage areas that of course truckers have nowhere to go. The question here is just how is it gonna be put into the community and where? The problem was that people were not engaged on this item because of the distance. And so no one could say, hey, do you know there's always traffic accidents here? Are the roads wide enough? Are we gonna need to put signage, lighting, et cetera? Like none of that stuff was be able to engage with the community because no one was ever engaged in the process in the beginning. And I know that this is something that might be of interest given that, you know, Jim Penman did approach us saying like maybe there's a community benefits agreement, right? Like that kind of process of trying to involve community too late isn't okay, right? Like we have to be involved in the process early enough, and also so that we can do the studies on how to minimize the impacts as much as possible. This is what doctors consider a diesel death zone. There are cancer clusters in this area. We deploy air filters in homes so that people have a little bit of extra protection in their homes because of how poisonous the diesel coming out of BNSF is. And so what you could do with such a poisonous place is buffer it with something that will either buffer the pollution or will be less polluting. Putting in a truck storage area might not be it unless there's some way to mitigate the impacts, which I don't think we've had the opportunity to do, which I think we should be able to have the opportunity to do. Lastly, the city should look into a land swap. Like if the city owns land, could a land swap be an appropriate way to do so that the truck storage area is in an area that's actually industrial, not that's next to a residential community? Thank you.
Thank you. Since we have the appellate here now, so will she go ahead and make her presentation even though her email was read?
I would give her the opportunity, yes, if she would like to speak. She should have the full 15 minutes.
Okay.
And also, she's not required to speak. But should she like to, she should get the full 15 minutes.
Okay, so then we'll proceed with her, and then we'll go ahead with the applicant. So, Joanna Silva?
I had to race, make a 30-minute drive in 20 minutes or less for my job out in Riverside to be here. I received the notice that this meeting was going to take place, not even a notice telling me I had to make a presentation, that I had 15 minutes to speak before you. I received the notice that there was this meeting, period, as a community member yesterday. Let me clarify, yesterday. I received that notice saying I had to be here today. Not to present, but as a member of the community. I have a job. I work a full-time job. I am a student, a full-time student. And I'm also a concerned community member. Because enough is enough. Because my mother got cancer after we moved right there on South Pennsylvania Avenue. Thyroid cancer that does not run in my family. Why? Because right behind us is BNSF. Why? Because we allow industry to bloom and to breed uncontrolled, unregulated in a space where we have children, where we have families, where we have mothers, where we have people trying to live. And now I was informed, well, I was still on the clock, that I was expected to be here to give a 15-minute presentation with no notice, with nothing. This is incredibly frustrating. Because not only was the process to get this appeal here today incredibly frustrating, incredibly depleting of resources, I am so grateful for community that showed up to help me put this appeal through. And hearing what has happened at this meeting today, I want to see the email. I really want to see the email because I don't have it, and I have searched 3 months back now in my emails to see if I can find this email where I was told to give a 15-minute presentation. Because if I had the opportunity, I would have put in that PTO. I would have been responsible enough to put in the time to be here today, to properly have a presentation for you, to have something. I do not, unfortunately. This process has been outright laughable. I have been in this office, honestly, more than 10 times trying to complete this appeal process, and I understand. And I completely understand that this is something new. I'm the first person to put in an appeal. Yay. Yay me, and yay to community, because this needs to happen. Because the last time I was here, there was a gentleman on this board, on this commission, that said, well, why aren't these projects coming to us? Why are they being approved by the DERC? Where is the input from elected on the DERC into what's happening here today? And there is none. Where you are sitting, they sat. Where you are hearing, they heard. And they decided to side with industry over community. And that is why we are here today. That is why this item is on this list. Now, I'm not trying to say that we don't need a truck stop. It is a serious problem. We have truckers that don't have a place to put their vehicles that is safe, that meets regulations, and it's necessary. And I understand that. I understand that because many of my uncles are truckers. My little brother wants to become a trucker. He laughs at me because he's saying, you're trying to ruin my future. You know that, right? With what you're doing with the city. And I'm telling him, no, I'm just trying to make sure that when you go to work and you come home, you're not breathing in the same air that you're working in. It's that simple. There are too many people. There's too many families. My heart breaks when I go outside and I see my neighbor's 2-year-old daughter playing with her dogs. Because I know that she's gonna have to face allergies. She's gonna have to face asthma. She's gonna have to face bronchitis. And most importantly, she's probably gonna have to face cancer in her future. And my heart breaks for her. My heart breaks for my mother because I almost lost her to thyroid cancer. My heart breaks for my brother because he has severe allergies and is asthmatic. My heart breaks for these families that wish they could leave and find clean air but can't because we are in a low-income area. We don't have the resources to leave. These are our homes, and we can't leave. And when I came to tell that to the DERC, they saw us. They saw this room filled with us asking them to please stop, and they didn't. Industry is needed, but we cannot leave community out of these decisions. Why was it that it wasn't until an appeal was in the talks and submitted that Elliott Block & Co. reached out to us? Why was it then, finally, that they said, okay, let's maybe talk to them. Let's maybe figure something out. Why weren't we in the forefront? Why was it only when we said we are serious and we were actually putting our foot down that they decided to listen? I don't understand. I don't understand the process for us to have to be here today. I don't understand how, most importantly, I don't understand where this email is, because I would really love to see this email that I was supposed to be included in for me to give a proper presentation, because if I had the time to put a presentation together for you with facts, with community stories, if I had the opportunity to speak to my neighbors and ask them to tell me their stories so I can come and tell them to you, I would have loved to do that. I would have loved to exemplify other voices that surround me that also don't want to see this project be developed. And it's not because we don't want to see Elliott Block & Co. here. We love that they're here. They have been integral members of this community, but it is time to step up to the plate and listen to the community that they are in. And the community is saying no. We don't want this truck stop. We don't want this here. I canvassed my community. I asked, how would you feel about this truck stop being here? Everyone said they didn't want it. But you know what's the sad part? That the meeting for the DERC took place during prime work hours, where people could not take the time off of work to be there, where people could not request enough time off to say, I want this here. I don't want this here. I want to be here. I want to speak. They cannot speak because they are busy, because they have lives, and these meetings are not accessible to them. I'm very fortunate and I'm very privileged to be able to hold the position that I do, to be here tonight. But was it really worth me racing from Riverside, making a 30-minute drive in 20 minutes to be here? It's not. This shouldn't have gotten to this point. The DERC should have seen community the first time around, back in August, and should have said, we see you, we hear you, we understand you, and we will do what was right for you. We will do what is right for your health and for your well-being. That is what they should have said. That is what should have happened. The process to get here today has been, somebody left their Apple Pencil here. The process to get here today has been strenuous. I've had to take time out of my personal work day and school day to be here, next door, right here, in this other office next door, to speak to Travis, to speak to many other people within this office. And multiple times, I got the runaround, because that is quite frankly true. I got the runaround. I was told this is the only thing that you need. Okay, that was the only thing that I needed. I got it. I came back. Well, it turns out you actually need this too. Okay, I got that too. Well, it turns out you actually have to pay for this also, this other thing. Just FYI. Okay. Cool. Let's do that. Finally, we submitted the appeal after a months long process of trying to figure out how to do it. And I realized that yes, this is a very new thing. This is the first time this has ever happened. But also, this is unacceptable. These processes are supposed to be in place for a reason, and they're supposed to be efficient. You expect me to believe that a lot of these projects are going to the DERC for efficiency, and yet they cannot be efficient with the process to get an appeal through? So they can streamline projects all they want, but they can't streamline the appeals. Just let that simmer. Who is that benefiting? Who does that really benefit? That they can streamline these development projects, but they cannot help streamline these appeals. Quite frankly, I'm not surprised that this is the first time an appeal has gone through. I'm not surprised. And I'm deeply saddened to have to stand here before you. I'm deeply saddened to have to tell this tale again, to have to say what I have been saying for the past, August, September, October, November. Wow, 4 months. To have to repeat myself for 4 months. Why? Why is this necessary? I don't understand. I don't understand how I'm going to be able to go home and see my neighbor's daughter if this appeal is shot down. I don't know how I'm supposed to go home and see my brother and tell him I'm doing what I can for him if this appeal is shut down. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell my community when I see them again, because I couldn't do what was asked of me that apparently never got asked of, to give a proper presentation. I don't understand. I'm asking you to please uphold this appeal, to please, let's not shut down industry, but let's make sure that it is happening in places where it is safe to develop, in places where communities, where families are not going to be harmed. Please. There are children there. There are mothers there. I'm there. I don't want to breathe this air anymore, but I can't leave. I don't have the means to leave. The family of Elliott Block & Co., they have the means. They've had a prosperous business for the past 70-something years. Congratulations. You are in a better position than most of the people in the area you're in. I cannot leave. And when I say I cannot leave, that resonates with many people in that community, because if we could, we would. If we could be Elliott's neighbors, we would. If we could live in nice suburbs, we would. But we can't. That is my home. And I can't leave. I can't go somewhere where there's fresh air. I can't go somewhere where there's not going to be pollution. It's out of my tax bracket. It's out of many of our tax brackets to find fresh air, to find clean air. Please. It took a lot to get this appeal through here today. It took a lot that honestly was asked for that I didn't even get notice of. If not, I'd have something better for you. I'd have more for you. And I wish I could bring you more. I really do. Unfortunately, What is happening right now was not communicated to me. I was not given the opportunity to prepare something meaningful, to prepare something more eloquent. So I come to you with my needs. I come to you with my frustration. I come to you with my desperation to see some change, to see community finally triumph. Please. I don't know how many more times I can do this, but I'm going to do it until I can. Thank you.
Thank you. On the same. Okay. Mr. Penman, do you mind?
Well, the reason that we said we wanted to not do our presentation until we heard the audience is because the appellant had not had a chance to present. Now that she has presented, we would like to go ahead with
Okay.
with that procedure.
Do you mind if we take one more public comment?
I absolutely do not mind.
Okay, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
We'll have Martha Romero.
Good evening, Planning Commissioner. Mr. Pedman, shame on you. As you heard, Johanna, she was not prepared. That is not a presentation. That is not the correct way to go on by. He had his time, I'm pretty sure. He was aware of that he had some presentation to prepare today. She wasn't. Community wasn't. I would like to ask the commissioners to give her that opportunity for her to prepare, for her to be ready. I myself, as well as other leaders here in the community, had other meetings that if we would have known that she was going to present, we would have been here in time, not arriving at this time after our other meetings were scheduled. We have tried to work with community. I myself, by the way, I apologize. I went on heat. My name is Marta Romero. I'm a community and labor organizer with Teamsters Local 1932. Our local represents a lot of community as well as workers here in the city of San Bernardino and the surrounding cities. I have worked with this community since 1997 when I moved from the city of Fontana. I love this community. I have seen my children. I gave birth to my children, got married here in San Bernardino, and it hurts for me to see how our low-income ethnic groups are being taken advantage. Like Johanna mentioned, the family that has this lot that is planning to construct this truck stop has the ability to move out of this neighborhood, had the ability for years. They don't reside near that site. They don't know what it is to live around that site because they have not lived there in that area. I would ask one more time to give Johanna that opportunity for her to present her argument, for community to be aware of what's happening. She got a notification yesterday that there was a hearing today, but it was nowhere notification of her getting a presentation for 15 minutes. Community needs to be notified correctly. That was one of the biggest arguments when we came here in front, not only this board, but in front of the DRC, that they don't give adequate notification, to the community. So I will ask for you guys to take that in consideration. Like I said, another time and extend the hearing, to postpone it for another day for her to be prepared. Thank you and have a wonderful night. Drive safe.
Thank you. So this will be 15 minutes for both Mr. Penman and Mr. Elliott.
Yes, Chairman.
Combined.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. When I first came up and said that I had met on October 16th with Ms. Silva and Ms. Romero, went back and sat down, and I heard someone say he never met with Ms. Silva. So I thought, well, maybe I made a mistake. So I came back and said it. I was so relieved when Ms. Silva walked in because I immediately recognized that is who I met with on October 16. We've heard that, I didn't interrupt you, I'd appreciate you not interrupting me. We've heard that the appellant had to wait 4 months to get through this process. The Elliots started their application over 5 years ago. 5 years ago. In 2021, the time to raise the environmental issues stopped. It was a deadline. It was passed. Legally, the commission may not consider the environment. That's the law. You have one issue before you, whether or not they are entitled to an extension of 1 year to pull their permits. In other words, did they have a valid reason for not pulling their permits during that 2-year period? And they did legally. It was COVID. We've heard it said that it's not the fault of the appellants that the city doesn't have fixed truck routes. I agree. But it's also not the fault of the applicants that almost right across the street, I'm informed, there is an illegal truck stop already there, violating the city's rules, and yet the city has known about this for years and has done nothing. Right around the corner on Rancho, trucks are parked every day and night illegally. Why hasn't the city done something about that? Our clients have done everything they were supposed to do. They did it on time. They did it legally. They're looking across they're not illegally opening a truck stop. They're trying to follow the rules. But they look almost across the street and there are trucks, trailers parked there. Where's the community outroar about that? I believe what I heard Ms. Silva tell me on the 16th about the pollution from the trucks that she and her family are facing. That pollution isn't coming from Elliott Block right now. That pollution is coming from those illegal trucks. And the city, of which you're a part of, has the legal ability to stop that. And instead, we're here tonight trying to stop the Elliots from doing what the law allows them to do. They're not environmentalists. They've done everything that they were told, that all the mitigation matters, all the buffers, they adopted and agreed to those. They agreed to those. I am very sympathetic about pollution. I had a son who passed away from terminal lung disease. But I'm also an attorney, and I've taken the same oath you did. You swore to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and of the state of California. I heard a speaker say it doesn't matter what they say in Sacramento. It does matter, because you took an oath to follow that. The issue before you tonight is not environmental. That was decided in 2021. Should the DERC have done it? Maybe it would have been better had they not, but that's the law that the city council passed. And the Elliots complied with that. When Elliott Block was built, there were not residences around. It was at vacant fields. The residents came later. I have a great deal of sympathy for anyone who's concerned about protecting the environment. But what I'm saying to you tonight is your role is strictly to determine legally whether or not they have grounds for a 1-year extension of time to pull the permits. The notices went out in 2021. I've checked with the city and they verified it. I'm sorry it only went to 500 feet. When I was city attorney, I said it should be 1,000. I came here to this meeting and said it should be 1,000. When you made that recommendation in the council, I went to the council and they made it 1,000. But at the time Elliott Block applied, it was 500 feet. And that's what it was. Now, I'm going to call on Mr. Mel Elliott and Daisy Walding to make part of our presentation as the applicants. Thank you. clock was running when Ms. Silva was speaking. I hope it's not running again until our clients are speaking.
Good evening. My name is Daisy Elliott Balding. Hello, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our project this evening and why our approval for a time extension should be upheld. Right now, first let me give you a little background. Elliott Precision Block Company was started by my grandfather and grandmother in 1946 at 157 North Rancho Avenue in San Bernardino at the beginning of the post-war boom. As you can see here, this is an aerial from historic photo from 1959, January 1959, clearly establishing the heavy industrial use of this property that was established a very, very long time ago. And there is nothing very much around this property. The city grew around this location. And then if we flip those pictures over, you can see the family. That twin right there, Mel, is sitting right there, or standing right here, was literally born into the business, born into the block business, just that my grandfather started. But as times pass, so do the needs of any business or family. Elliott Block is now at a place where redevelopment of the property is the best course of action. This endeavor to change the business models from a concrete block manufacturing to truck trailer parking is to take on a huge financial burden of construction, and that's before us. As a small family business, Elliott Block noticed the incredible need for truck trailer parking. It is properly zoned heavy industrial. It is very properly zoned. There is, as you can see, it was established a long time ago that our zoning is appropriate for this use. And this new use is a much less land-intensive use. It's a less intensive use than manufacturing concrete block. Parking truck or trailers is less land-intensive. So it's better for the community. So with that being said, there is a Caltrans report that I believe you all have from 2022 that follows all of this up. The truck park study examined the truck parking in depth statewide, and it laid out in the report the consequences of a lack of parking. The consequences are lack of safety, added air and noise pollution, degraded roadways, and tough decisions for truck drivers. In the report, the state's long-range transportation plan is recommended to improve mobility and accessibility and reducing greenhouse gases at the same time. It is important to note that both goals can be accomplished simultaneously. It's not an either-or choice. This project is part of improving and organizing the trucking in San Bernardino and can be balanced with creating a safe neighborhood and a healthy economic climate. Since our project approval in 2021, we have been working hard to get the many, many plan and report approvals needed to pull our building permits. We have encountered delays with multiple review delays due to COVID, as I'm sure everyone knows. I want to highlight some of the benefits that probably have not come to light to the community, and I'd love to showcase some of them. One of them here, and I have another board, is the planting plan. One thing that is required is mature landscaping for any new project. And this is our landscape plan, and that's Rialto Avenue, and you can see the existing conditions there on the left. Existing conditions is no curb, it's dirt, the road is kind of chewed up, but as part of redevelopment, there is a very deep buffer of like 220 feet here and 80 feet here before you even get to any pavement at all. It's all landscaping. Plus, this whole section of Rialto will be redone at our expense as required, and it will include a new bike lane, a sidewalk that does not exist, and mature trees. They're all required. So, and all of this will be planted, and I'm sure over a few years will be well established. That's just the Rialto line. I know that when trucks come off that bridge, or any of them, any traffic, a curb there would be a safety feature that we haven't even talked about. Again, that is required and is something that the DERC knows about and talks about and we know about because we've been in this project for 5 years. So we know all this. But I hope this helps to illustrate what we're doing. The other images, I wanted to bring about landscaping. This is just a selection of some of the plants that will be planted. Much nicer than the existing conditions. This one here shows Rancho Avenue and shows the existing conditions where Elliott Block has maintained the frontage there quite nicely, but it will be even nicer and better improved with a sidewalk and a deeper space with mature trees. This whole area will have 48 blocks, like 5 very large trees installed. That's all required. So I hope that those can be acknowledged as a mitigating factor. And it is. I think it should be acknowledged that this project will be a benefit to the community and not, and cared for by a family that's well established here. This is not an out-of-towner. This is someone that's local that cares that the landscaping's taken care of. And I hope that that can be noted. Thank you.
My name is Melvin Elliott. I'm president of Elliott Precision Block Company, and I was in that picture previously. But this chart is from an AQMD report done in 2021. It shows the progress of the reduction in particulates for the railroad industry, and you can see that, show it to them, the reduction 72%. So there's been progress from, the railroads have made great progress in reducing their pollution, and that hasn't been pointed out. Okay, so I guess we're done. Thank you.
I'd like to reserve the rest of our time, please. How much time do we have left?
2 minutes.
Thank you. And we have environmentalists and others to answer your questions if you have any. Thank you.
Does that conclude the speakers for the project?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, at the Commission's pleasure, I would like to clarify a few items that have been raised before the Commission goes into their comments and questions of staff. I do want to clarify, yes, this is the first appeal of the DERC that we have ever had. Later on in the meeting, I have a handout for you. We'll go over on roles and responsibilities for the Planning Commission DERC. Everything that staff has done regarding with the DERC review of projects is by the city's municipal code, the zoning and subdivision section of that code. In regards to the appeal, yes, it is, as I mentioned, it is very new for the DERC. We do have some good takeaways for this meeting. I do apologize for some of the items that perhaps did not go as smoothly. I did want to note, though, that we did go through the public notification for this process. Notification, once it goes out, we cannot control the post office or how long it takes. We have to notify according to the municipal code requirements, which was done in this case. I do want to note that the applicant did not receive a separate notice regarding the meeting either. They were both noticed in the same way. Also, there was no email regarding a presentation. We don't require or request presentations from applicants, so it's an optional item. In this case, I can understand that the project applicant with their development team is a little more sophisticated in this area, and would have considered making a presentation for an appeal like this. I would say the appellant probably was not aware of that, or was not aware of it, because they do not interact in this fashion. They didn't have the experience that the developer did. But it is clearly optional. Some developers do presentations, some do not. And I do want to state that staff did work with the appellant on their appeal. And I did go out, there was an appeal being filed right at the last day or the day before, and it was not complete. And I realized that the appellant did not have the government experience to know you have to have a complete application. There's items that are needed. So I accepted the appeal, and I'm putting this on the public record because this is what happened. I accepted the appeal without the notification packet that is required. Any developer that walked in this door, if they did not have that, we would have declined their application because that is what our code says. So we did, work with them in that respect. And we did go through a process trying to get the labels correctly, trying to provide some information on companies without recommending a specific company. I did say, Google, exactly this label. I gave language, and I think that assisted. Further, when the appellant brought in some of the labels, we realized they weren't wrong. They were not correct. I actually called one of the companies that was working with them, explained to the owner or the representative what was needed for the appeal as far as our notification process, and followed up with an email on that. And I think there was a few more glitches after that. But in respect of trying to get the appeal processed and heard, we missed the October meeting because of our noticing process, but we did work with the appellant on that aspect. Can we make some improvements on the appeal process at a staff level and maybe update some of our noticing and how we do that? Absolutely. And I'll be taking that back and working with staff on that. So I did want to clarify that. A couple other items that were brought up. The truck, there is a draft truck route that is that has been prepared. That will be coming as we update the general plan, and I'll give you an update on that later in the meeting. But that is true, we do not have truck route map at the city, so that means we cannot enforce trucks driving through our city right now. But that is something we are looking at because it is desperately needed. I'll go over, kind of the DRC, what their purview is under this item. I think staff did go over what is required here, and it is, you are, one comment before I go further. I did want to restate that because it was brought up by one of the, I think one of the appellant's representatives, the DERC did not reconvene behind closed doors and make any decisions. There was no Brown Act violation. I was at the meeting. It's a very, very serious allegation. I take that very seriously because I've been doing this for 34 years, either in the private side or the public side. And one thing I have always adhered to is doing my business in a professional manner and meeting the requirements of not only state, federal laws, as well as the city. And I would never intentionally ever violate the Brown Act. And I can tell you that that did not happen, so that was without merit. And that is personally, this is personal when being in the position I'm in that I am accused of a Brown Act violation. So I did want to make that statement. Let's see. So for your consideration this evening, I'll have the commission go through any comments, questions you have. When it's time to make a decision, I do have some more information depending on how that discussion goes and what action the commission may take. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing now. And may I entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion, but I'd like to make a comment first. Joanna, I want to compliment you on your presentation. Even though you claim you weren't prepared, it was very powerful. And the people that spoke on your behalf and your group is very powerful. And I understand the situation you're in, looking at the zoning problem that they have out there, and listening to and knowing San Bernardino. I'm a native here also. I know there's trucks parked all over the place. And I think code enforcement, if they were doing their job, would clean this mess up. I agree with you. And I know that all over the area where you guys are at, there's trucks parked there. Whether some of those trucks are legal or illegal as far as air quality purposes, I shut my business down because I did not want to pay the outrageous price of making all my trucks legal with air quality. And it was going to cost a lot of money, so I opted to retire. But I want to just tell you, you've made a great presentation. And however, I understand the project. I think it's a good project. And for that, I'd like to make a motion that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-039, denying the appeal, 2303, thereby upholding the Development and Environmental Review Committee's approval of the extension of time. That's my motion.
Second.
Chair Guerrero.
Yes.
Can we have discussion? Yes? Okay. Thank you again to all the speakers. I figured this was going to be a long meeting, and lo and behold, it'll be a long meeting. And commend the community for putting through what sounds like the first appeal through the DIRT committee, which sounds like a tedious process, especially with a city that just doesn't have the staff infrastructure to properly manage things like this, as evidenced through the meeting. I understand that we can't necessarily make decisions on environmental grounds since that has already passed, but this is just evidence on how poorly our zoning is, and how that just exacerbates issues. The fact that there wasn't any air quality mitigation measures was because the zoning accounted for air quality impacts back when the zoning was made, which was back in 2005 or 6, which is over 20 years ago, which speaks to the serious holes in our zoning code and development code on top of our staffing issues at the city, which is resulting in these issues, and the community is rightly so frustrated with how the development happens in these very poorly zoned areas. For those reasons, and well, not for those reasons, for the reasons of in the name of procedural justice, I think the appellant should have been given that notice that she had the option to provide a presentation to this meeting. She could have had nice boards as well, providing information on how polluted this community is, how sick people are in this community because of the massive diesel pollution that is happening because of very old zoning and very old analyses. For those reasons, I'd like to make a counter motion to continue this item to give community and the appellant the opportunity to prepare a presentation. Thank you.
So now that we have a motion, then we have this second motion.
If the counter motion is seconded, then it's a valid motion on the table. And per the commission's procedural rules, the second motion is voted on first.
Okay.
I second the counter motion.
So for the vote for the counter motion, Chair Guerrero,
No.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lopez,
Yes, for denying the appeal.
Commissioner Lopez, this vote is to continue the item because the second motion is being voted on first, and the motion was to continue the item. That's what you're voting on right now, whether to continue or not. Okay.
Commissioner Garcia,
No.
Commissioner Quill, Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherrick,
No.
5 votes no.
Okay,
Two
so
yes.
thank you, Jennifer. That motion has failed. Now the commission can proceed to vote on the first motion, which is to deny the appeal.
Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Quill, Commissioner Flores,
No.
Commissioner Sherrick.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The appeal is denied.
Would you like to take a 5 or 10 minute break? Is that the pleasure of the commission?
Do we need? We're good. Thank you. Okay, so we will go ahead and move on to item number 4, staff report, please.
Okay, our item number 4 is additional use permit 23-05. It's a request to modify a previously approved conditional use permit 12-08 to allow the conversion of an existing 3-bay automotive surface area to expand an existing convenience store totaling a combined area of 2,352 square feet on a parcel containing approximately 0.72 acres at 1108 West Highland Avenue. And we have our associate planner, Chantel Choice, here to present the item for you.
Good evening. As previously just mentioned, conditional use permit 23-05 is a tenant improvement to an existing automotive service station containing approximately 2,352 square feet located at 1108 West Highland Avenue within the Commercial General 1 zone. Here we have our location map. As just stated, the project site is located within the Commercial General 1 zone. We have our Commercial General 1 zoning that is surrounding the project site. Also, we have RS within the north side of the property. Here we have our aerial map. The project is surrounded by both commercial and residential uses. Currently, the existing service station consists of a 1,063 square foot convenience store and a 1,289 square foot automotive service area. Within automotive service area with 3 service bays totaling a combined area of 2,352 square feet. The proposed project will consist of eliminating the existing automotive service area to expand the existing convenience store within the existing footprint. The hours of operation will continue to remain the same, which is 24 hours, 7 days a week, with 2 employees per shift. The site currently have ingress and egress access from 2 existing driveways located along West Highland Avenue and 1 existing driveway located along Muscoviabi Drive. With the expansion of the convenience store, it is now required for the site to provide 10 parking spaces. The project will provide 11 parking spaces, including 6 EV charging stations. Here we have a picture of the site from West Highland Avenue, showing the the existing service bay doors. Here we have a picture of the site from Muscoobiabi Drive. This will be the site plan. As you can see that there's existing four pumps existing with a car wash, and also we see the new 6 EV charging stations. Here we have the existing floor plan with the convenience store and the service area. This is the proposed floor plan showing the expansion of the convenience store within the existing footprint. No addition will be made. Everything is in interior tenant improvements. Here we have elevations. We see the 3 service bays. Those 3 service bays will be replaced. The doors will be replaced with large windows and double doors. The bay door in the rear will be replaced with material to match the existing. Planning staff recommends that Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-040, finding the project categorically exempt pursuant to section 15301, existing facilities, in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and approving conditional use permit 23-05 based on the findings of fact, CEQA determination, and subject to the recommended conditions of approval. That concludes staff presentation. I do have the applicant here if you have any questions.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. And does the applicant have anything to add?
Good evening. My name is Nabil Saadi. I'm the applicant of 1108 West Highland Avenue. Like being said with Chantel, she explained the whole thing, what the project is. And we're trying to make my community or my area where my station is a better looking place and more healthier to the community. And think about the future is as the EV charger too, which is that help a lot of residents who have electric cars, and the community can also be use it. And I like to hear from you guys what your opinion on the case or on the project, how you like me to proceed on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item in the public that did not fill out a form?
Good evening, Chair Lady and Planning Commission. My name is Alex Rashid from Ramcam Engineering. I represent the owner. For any technical questions, I will be available to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have? Go ahead.
I'll try to be quick. I think this is a great project. I honestly am curious from staff how this triggered a conditional use permit, since it seems like it's decreasing the intensity of use. So this seems like something that would go to the DIRT committee, but maybe it's something we can learn after.
So the original project did go through a conditional use permit. When there is modification to the project, it will need to come back to the body for a modification.
Got it. Thank you. Well, yeah, I appreciate the project. I think it looks great and a good use of space that seems to be underused. One question I had, I know we got a new packet of conditions of approval. And I wanted clarification on what was changed between what was posted and what was given to us today.
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have disclosed that. For the conditions of approval, in the Public Works conditions, there were conditions that were referring to future projects and not this project. So we eliminated the future conditions of approval and just kept the conditions for this project.
Got it. So there's another addition that's coming to this project?
No, so the future was, the future conditions were based off of if there were any major expansions or additions to the projects, then this is what would, that will trigger the future conditions of approval. But since they're not doing any major additions or modifications, it's just a tenant improvement, those conditions does not apply to this project. So we just got rid of those conditions.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question for the owner. You're going to get rid of the 3-bay, auto bay, or you're no longer going to do mechanics?
Yes, ma'am.
No longer?
No
So
longer
you
mechanic.
need to expand the convenience store?
After 30 years, the mechanics business.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, you're down the street from my ward. And I didn't recognize you at first, but for all the gray hair, so
You see,
you've been
you
here
can tell
30
why
years.
you can tell why I'm.
Okay, so you're closing one and extending the convenience store?
I'm closing 3 bays.
3 bays, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question. As far as parking stalls, I think we said we're adding 10 stalls and EV.
6 stalls for EV charging.
Can you
yes.
just let us see where those are being added?
So the EV charging stations will be right along this
So top left.
north side of the property. I don't know. I'm from here. It looks kind of faded.
Yeah.
But it's right along here. So the project is providing 11 parking stalls in total. 6 of those parking stalls will be for EV charging.
So are we adding, or is just
That's adding. Yeah.
adding 11
Yeah.
stalls and 6 will be EV?
So yes. So they're adding more stalls, and 6 of those stalls will be the EV.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and may I entertain a motion, please?
Chairwoman,
Yes.
just one more thing before closing the public hearing. I recommend you ask the applicant if he agrees to all the conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you. And do you agree to all the,
Excuse me?
yes, do you agree to the conditions of approval?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and may I entertain a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead. Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Quill. Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
All 7 votes yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 7 before 6, which is the extension of time for 2303.
It's item 7 in the agenda packet. It's extension of time 23-03. Right. So we're
Correct.
going to take that as item 7. It's right in the cover page, but it's opposite in the agenda packet. And so staff would like to take the extension of time first.
So with that, item number 7 will be the extension of time 23-03, and it's a request to allow 1-year time extension for development permit type 18-02 involving the development and establishment of an industrial warehouse building containing approximately 1,464 square feet on a project site comprised of 4 parcels containing approximately 5.2 acres, located at 939 South Inland Center Drive. And we have again Chantel Choice, our associate planner, to present the item to you.
Thank you. I just want to first disclose that in the staff report, under backgrounds, it said that on March 14th, City Council passed approved EOT 22-04. It should have read Planning Commission passed 22-04. Okay. So item number 6 is extension of time 23-03. As previously mentioned, is an extension of time for development permit type P 18-02 located at 939 Inland Center Drive within the industrial light zone. Here we have our aerial map, which shows the project. It is surrounded by commercial and industrial and residential uses. Here we have our zoning map. This is the parcel within the industrial zone. We have the parcel abutting it, which is also industrial. We have commercial and residential. The applicant is requesting a second extension of time for a 1-year time extension for previously approved development permit type P 18-02. The project consists of a 101,464 square foot industrial warehouse on a parcel containing 5,5.25 acres. I'm sorry, it's kind of late. Here we have the approved site plan showing the warehouse. This is the elevations that were previously approved. Staff recommends that Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2023-042, finding the project categorically exempt pursuant to section 15061B2, review for exemption, and 15162, subsequent EIR negative declaration, in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and approving extension of time 23-03 based on the findings of fact, CEQA determination, and subject to the recommended conditions of approval. That concludes staff presentation. The applicant is here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have anything to add?
Chairwoman, did you open the public
We'll
hearing?
open up the public hearing. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Alcantara. I'm with Herdman Architecture. We're the architects on this project on behalf of the applicant. I just want to give you a brief timeline of why we're asking for a second extension here. We were approved for our entitlements in August of 2020, so we were going through it. By the time the applicant felt comfortable enough to proceed with this project, I think it was October of last year. So we submitted our application for approval to be having that extension, and it didn't get approved until March, and so we had 7 months to really go full speed ahead and try and get our permits. We're in our third, planning submittal with our construction documents. So we're actively pursuing a permit, and we're going to build this building. We're not just pushing the goalpost further on this project. So just wanted to bring up that timeline. I'm here to answer any questions you guys have. And one thing I did want to note is that I saw someone in your audience, they did have that translator, and as someone who communicates with your constituents or community, that's so beneficial, and I think it's awesome. I was here at the last DRC meeting, and they requested that, and it happened, and it was cool to see. So I'm at all of these meetings in the IE and LA County, and I don't see that ever. So I just wanted to commend staff and your city for that. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have one, Tanya Gonzalez, one request to speak. On.
If Tanya's not here and she hasn't submitted anything in writing, I don't think it's a good idea for someone to speak on someone else's behalf.
Okay.
If someone is here in the audience and they would like to speak, certainly they can. They can fill out a speaker card.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we will have. Thank you.
Okay, hey. Yeah, thank you for acknowledging the fact that there was translation, and that's what this body's doing, and that the city of San Bernardino is always getting better at community engagement. I wanted to just speak on this item because this item is something else that the city needs to get better at, and I know it is tied to the fact that we have outdated zoning, and I really get worried about how much time staff is putting in to process warehouses and other types of uses with all of this outdated zoning, when maybe we could be focusing on updating the general plan, updating zoning, updating our development code, because that's really what's pushing us all back. I'm sure you guys have a map, right? It's like a warehouse surrounded by residents, like on every single angle. It's not even like the last thing we just talked about, which there was heavy industrial, maybe it could buffer. This is surrounded by a residential community, and it's not okay. And I understand businesses wanting to come in, and that's totally fine. And I really think the city should look into this idea of land swaps. I mean, we shouldn't be taking away the opportunity of small business to be here, but they should be in appropriate places. This is not an appropriate place. This is surrounded by residents. This is where people walk. There is a bike lane here. How do we expect anyone to live here? Like, I mean, do you all live next to industrial areas? And then if you do, ask yourself, like, what does that really mean? So I think this goes back to the fact that everything's outdated. I think a lot of these projects should be put on pause, or we should be putting on pause until we update the truck routes, until we update the zoning, until we update the development code, because you're creating again here another truck route in a residential community. Which also the fair share of this going into Colton, I'm not sure if that's been talked about, how this is going to affect them, who's covering the damage to the roads, with however many vehicles and trucks come in. Like, these are all questions that are totally unanswered. And as a planning commission, these I think are the things that you guys can be recommending to the city to be looking into, so that the energy can be put there, because I think you're going to keep creating this problem of just there's such bad zoning. And I believe that the last director of community development and planning had brought that up, that the zoning is all over the place, and that's actually one of the first places you can start, and then you can really focus on what economic development can look like for the city. But right now you're just going to have this warehouse in between a bunch of community, and I wonder, right, how much community engagement has been done to ask folks what are their needs in this area? Is there a supermarket nearby? Is there clinics? Are there what could go here that would make more sense for the community that lives here, rather than a warehouse? And if there is a warehouse, is there local hire? What kind of standards are they going to be? Environmental standards are they going to be putting in? What kind of buffers? All of these questions, right? So that you guys can make the best decision for you. So anyways, this is just another example of of needing to update the zoning development code, and I hope we can do that instead of approving all these projects. At least put a pause until we can do that for the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, commissioners?
I had a question for the applicant and the design team. So how soon are we looking to start construction, or when is a tentative scheduled date to start?
Like I said, I think we're in third plan check for a building. So as soon as we get those approved, I'm not sure where the status of our grading plan is, but we're planning to pull that permit as soon as it gets approved by the plan check process.
So possibly next year.
Possibly next year. I don't think it'll be done in the next 2 months, but definitely within this time extension that we're asking for. I think we're a little more prepared this time. I don't think our applicant fully understood that from the time of applying for our extension is when your year starts, and not, and it's all over your website. It says exactly that, but I don't think we understood that we would only have a smaller amount of time from the time we've actually gotten approved. So I think we're very comfortable with this year extension, and that the permit would be pulled within that time.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And then I had a question for staff. How many extensions are we allowed, or developers allowed, when projects are in design?
They're allowed 3.
So 3 extensions.
3 extensions. This is the second.
All right, thank you.
Quick question. This is a project that went through the DERC committee, I'm assuming?
No,
Or
this.
commission?
No, it went through the Planning Commission
Originally?
originally. Yes.
Interesting. Thank you.
All right, no further comment. We'll close the public hearing. Is the applicant okay with the conditions of approval?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing and call for a motion, please. May I entertain a motion, please?
All motion to approve?
Second. Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Quill, Commissioner Flores,
No.
Commissioner Sherrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
6-1 in favor of yes.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and have the staff report for the Development Code Amendment 2301.
Hi. Our final public hearing item for the evening is a city-initiated amendment to our municipal code, section 9.02.020, and which is for definitions as well as our residential zones. And the goal is to establish a short-term rental program for the city of San Bernardino. The city council have requested staff to bring this item before you so that the city can regulate short-term rentals in the city. We don't currently have that in place at this time. So I'd like to introduce our staff here this evening to present the item. We have Stephanie Castro from our Economic Development team. She's our Economic Development Project Manager, and Travis Martin, our Senior Planner from the Planning Division.
Thank you, Mary. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. So as Mary said, our item number 7 tonight is for our short-term rental program and for Development Code Amendment 2301. So tonight we're trying to establish a short-term rental program, and then along with that also do an update to the development code to allow for the provisions of the program. So for the benefit of our newer commissioners, I'll go through a brief background of how we got here today. So we originally came to Planning Commission at the end of last year. We gave a short presentation. We then took a recommendation to council from the Planning Commission to establish the program. We went to Mayor and City Council beginning of this year, and they've directed staff to then develop those regulations. We came back to Planning Commission to do a short-term rental workshop in February of this year. We gathered comments, we had discussions, we talked about the different topics of the regulations, and we've worked for the last several months, and now we're back here tonight to talk about that program. So we'll go through a program overview based on those discussions and the workshop. So the program type that we've created is vacation rentals only. So it will not be home sharing, it will only be the vacation rentals. We are requiring an annual permit. We are only allowing 1 license per property owner. And the property owner can be owned by an individual or non-individuals, such as a trust, as long as we can create the connection to the property owner, and that can be established through the application process. The fees as of right now, we're looking at anywhere between $500 and $775, and that's based off of an internal fee study that we did to account for staff time because it is cost recovery, along with the permitting platform to monitor that program for us. We're getting there. So for the density of our program, we are allowing up to 4 bedrooms or 8 occupancy max, which equals 2 people per bedroom, not to exceed 8 occupants per stay, and also not to exceed 12 people per day at one time to avoid large gatherings. We are not regulating the minimum number of days for the stay length, but we are stating that there is a maximum of 29 days for a short-term rental stay. Property types, we are limiting this to single-family residences, a single-family residence with a guest house or a condo. We are also not allowing any properties within a high fire zone to participate in the short-term rental program. For inspections, we are requiring in-person property inspections to be conducted at the time of application. They're also going to be required annually at the time of the permit renewal. In order to mitigate any noise complaints, we are defaulting to our municipal code noise control section. So we are going to observe quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. And we are going to require an outdoor noise monitoring device at the properties. Parking for our short-term rentals are going to be limited to on-site parking only in designated spaces, which means no street parking for our short-term rentals. Fines involved with any of our violations should any property owner be in violation of the regulations. So again, we're going to default to our municipal code. We already have regulations in place for violations, so we're going to utilize that through our code enforcement officers and our procedures. Should a property reach 3 violations, that'll result in a non-renewal of a permit. So they won't be able to renew in future years to continue being a short-term rental. As far as enforcement, we are going to have a 24/7 complaint line, and that's all that will be monitored through our software platform. So we'll have a number that residents can call, that anybody in the city can call to either place a complaint or a concern about a short-term rental. Depending on the type of complaint, it can either be handled locally by a police department if it's a noise complaint, or the property owner or the agent can be notified, and they will have 60 minutes to respond to mitigate that complaint. As far as transit occupancy tax, that is something that we discussed in our initial workshop, and we let the commission know what the potential for that TOT would be on short-term rentals. So every short-term rental will be subject to that TOT tax. It is a voter ballot initiative that we will have to take to the voters next year at our next eligible election, which is November of '24. So some additional items as part of our program, we are going to have a Good Neighbor brochure. The property owners are required to give those to the renters of the short-term rental properties. It'll give them information on what is allowed and not allowed in order to be a good neighbor in our city. And it's also required to be kept on site. That way they always have reference to it. Copy of the permit with the number of guests allowed will also be posted at the house. That way there's no question and it can get referred to. We are not going to regulate how the property owner would like to check in their guests. So we're going to let them decide on whether it's an in-person or virtual check-in. There must be a 24/7 number listed in order to contact the property owner or agent of the property. That way the renter can have somebody to contact in case of any concerns at the property or if they need to get a hold of somebody. We are not allowing any homes or single-family residences that have a restricted affordable housing covenant on them. We will have a way to check that as part of the application process, and it's an internal checklist that we'll refer to during the application. If the property should change hands, if it sells to a new owner, they will be required to go through a new application process. It does not automatically transfer. And we are going to require evidence of property insurance that specifically specifically covers short-term rentals at the amount of $500,000. So what is it going to take to enforce? So multiple divisions and departments are needed to enforce this program. Primarily community and economic development. So economic development and planning will be looking at the applications. Building and safety and code enforcement will help us to make sure that there are no violations on the property. Code enforcement obviously will be there to help with any violations that should occur, should we have to put any of the properties or property owners through an ACP process. Business registration will help us make sure that the property owners have a business license in order to have a short-term rental. And obviously the police department, should we get any noise complaints or anything that needs to be handled by them instead of through the complaint line or the property owners. Also, software platform, like I mentioned, through our fee study and for the price of the permit. So we've been speaking with several different software platforms that we feel can help us in this process. The prices range anywhere between $10,000 and $25,000, just depending on the modules that we choose to have for the program. Two of our most important modules are going to be the short-term rental property identification. That helps us identify properties that are currently operating as short-term rentals so that we can reach out to them, let them know of the new regulations, the new program that we have, and bring them into compliance. And then also continued monitoring for the program. That way the software helps us intake the applications, helps us communicate with the applicants. It acts as a dashboard so that applicants can go and reference different materials. It'll also help us in the renewal process. It'll automatically notify the applicants of when their renewal process is coming up. That way it helps staff do the job better of being able to communicate with our applicants. So what are our next steps? Well, we've drafted the regulations that we brought to you tonight. We've been looking at different software platforms. We've conducted our fee study, and now we're back here. Our next step is to take this to mayor and city council for their consideration. From there, we'll work to implement the program, and then in 2024, we'll work to get the item on the ballot. That way we can implement beginning of 2025 for TOT tax. So today, staff is asking Planning Commission to adopt resolution number 2023-043, forwarding a recommendation to mayor and city council, recommending the approval of Development Code Amendment 2301 in order to establish a short-term rental program. Should the commissioners have questions, I can help.
Yeah, Jennifer, I have a question. I use the BRBO program quite a bit. And one of the things, I know it was brought up when we were discussing it, but I didn't see it in your presentation, was some consideration given to requiring these vacation rentals to have an agent. And the reason I say that is I've rented homes in Havasu where the owners are in Alaska, but you have a local agent that handles that. And a lot of these do require you to have an agent just for that purpose. Because the agents will go in after the renters leave and verify the condition of the house, make sure all the utilities are proper and coincide with the code enforcement and so on. So it might be a good idea to just thinking out loud to require an agent to be involved in these. I know there's businesses out there now that handle rentals, but it would be another business that would pop up around the city of agents handling 15, 20 homes, 30 homes. So that would be my recommendation, to add that in there. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
So one reason why staff didn't require an agent is because we are giving the property owners the option to either run it themselves or to have an agent. So it's their option whether they want to have an agent there, be responsible for the property and take those inquiries. Also, these homes aren't necessarily going to be commercial properties for revenue-based streams. So a lot of these are going to be homes that people own, and they're only really allowed to rent them out to short-term rentals for 120 days a year. So it's not going to be a standalone home where they're just using it on a commercial basis. I understand the concern on that, but we're giving them that option.
Yeah, and maybe I presented that incorrectly. What I meant is an opportunity for some of the businesses to pop up as rental agencies. In other words, there's probably, in Big Bear, there's probably over a dozen small agencies that handle a dozen to 2 dozen homes. So it's just a thought.
Thank you.
You did pass it through the police and law and code enforcement, right?
We have talked to them, yes.
I thought you did, you know, but they had thorough review of it and they were okay with the enforcement.
We haven't specifically given them the regulations, but this would be just like anything else that police department would respond to if it were directed their way. So if the 24/7 line received a complaint for noise and it couldn't be mitigated by the property owner based on either the outdoor noise monitoring device, and they couldn't answer that concern within the 60 minutes that's required, then it could go over to police department to answer. But it falls within the realm of what they're currently doing for the city. But they haven't specifically seen the regulations as they are presented to you tonight.
And also, code enforcement hasn't seen them yet.
Code enforcement has. We've talked with them about it because of the violations and the enforcement. So they've seen it.
They were okay with that. Okay.
I had a couple of questions. Would ADUs apply as a STR?
They unfortunately would not. So guest homes built prior to beginning of 2019 qualify, but because of state regulation, and if you like, I can have Travis speak further to that. But because of how the state has designated the ADUs, they are not eligible for this program.
And then as far as a noise device, are we gonna specify like a specific model, or it's a discretion of the property owner?
Discretion of the property owner. We're just simply requiring that they have one for outdoor noise monitoring. That way they get notified if there's too loud of noise outside, so they can help mitigate those concerns before it gets to the police department.
And then I did have one more question. As far as like not having an STR permit, are there any offenses or violations to those property owners that don't have it or are using it as a STR without a permit?
Well, if there's a property currently operating as a short-term rental, because we don't have any regulations in effect, they're not necessarily out of compliance, but once the program is adopted, we'll work with those property owners as we identify them through our software platform to help bring them into compliance and let them know that we have these new regulations, that if they would like to be part of the program, here's the process. And if not, then they'll need to cease operation as a short-term rental, and if they choose not to, then that's where the violation would come in.
And then last question, as far as software platform, how are we gonna fund that? Is that gonna be through the city tax dollars?
Nope, it's all cost recovery, so it's all done through the cost of the permit.
Okay.
So it's built into that cost.
All right,
And
thanks.
I'll let Travis speak to the ADUs.
Yeah, so just to clarify on the ADU limitation, recent state law, you know, it's been adopted over the last few years and that the majority of our ADUs have been developed under, specifically prohibits ADUs being rented for less than 30 days. Because the short-term rental by the standard and kind of by the intent is for shorter leases of the property, no more than 29 days, it just wouldn't be able to comply.
I have a question. PD has not seen these regulations?
Not as they're written and
So
presented to you tonight.
This would go to council without a PD approval of something that they're going to be enforcing?
Between now and council, we'll make it a point to share the regulations with PD to see if they have any additional comment outside of enforcing any part of the noise complaints or anything inside of their regular duties. But we'll make sure that they see it and we get comment before we take it to council.
And if they have comment, would those comments come back?
Depending on what they were, but if it's something that we can just incorporate or mitigate through the process, then we will.
Thank you. A couple of comments and questions. Well, first of all, thanks for the work on this. I think we've been waiting for this in a while. One thing on the analysis, I was surprised not to see the impact of short-term rentals on our housing supply as a justification for these regulations. There's been a bunch of studies on the importance of regulations on short-term rentals in order to have adequate supply for people to live here long-term. So I would recommend that, and I think that would be a plus for the housing element as well. For the code enforcement procedures, I was curious if you have the amounts or examples of what the amount of those fees would look like, based on what you've laid out here in the municipal code.
So through code enforcement, with any of the violations, they're authorized to apply penalties, $1,000 a day, and apply an ACP for the property. So when we did talk to code enforcement, we agreed that they would just implement the procedure that they already had in place, and we felt that that would be sufficient for the violation. And then at that point, if the property owner wanted to appeal that decision, they could go through that process. Another reason why we opted to not renew any applications after 3 violations.
Got it. Okay. And my last question, and it's more of a sequencing question. So should this go through to mayor and city council and is approved, would that go into effect, would this policy go into effect immediately, or do we have to wait for the TOT to be voted on?
So it wouldn't go into effect immediately. It would go to council as an ordinance, and then it would be effective 30 days after. So we would work to implement our software platform, be able to work with a vendor and start identifying properties. But the TOT wouldn't go into effect until the beginning of 2025, only because it has to go through the voter initiative and then be on the ballot November of 2024. But we anticipate being able to implement that if we get the majority vote in January of 25.
And sorry if you covered this already. The TOT, I don't know where that's coming from, but what's the proposed use for the TOT, or is that going just for general fund, similar to how the hotel tax works right now?
So as far as I understand it, it would go into that same pot.
Okay.
It would just we would be amending the resolution that initially approved the TOT to include short-term rentals, but that revenue would go into the same stream.
Okay, I got a couple of questions, or just if you can clarify things. You said they're limited to renting 120 days a year. I didn't see that. I'd like to see it in writing.
It's
Just tell me what page. It wasn't in the summary where it'd be easy to find for anybody. It's definitely not there. I think it would be good to have in the summary, so it's very clear to everybody, especially to the homeowner.
So that is the intent of the program, is to put a max amount of days that a short-term rental can be rented to 120 days.
I think it should be in the summary so it's clear to the owner, so I don't have to dig for it.
Right, understood. We'll make sure that it is included in the summary when it goes to mayor and city council, and we'll make sure that it's clear in the regulations.
And the fines for non-compliance, I know you said that's under code enforcement, but can we have like somewhere also for the owner, for non-compliance, you said maybe $1,000 a day, whatever it is you said. I think it should be clear, not just, okay, I'm gonna get fined 5,000. You don't know. It should be clear here for the.
Our intent is to create summary sheets for the program and for the applicants That way they also have that information so that they know exactly if they are in violation, what the penalties are. In the summary, we defaulted to the municipal code because it's already a program that we have into effect, but we'll make sure that that's clear.
And then you said this PD, they're gonna look at it. If they may have revisions. I'm more comfortable if I see everything in draft before it goes to the city council. Things happen. I would like to see everything, if there's changes, if the revisions we just spoke about, I would like to see it before it goes to city council, so I know it's there.
So can I clarify? So the revisions we're talking about are those in the program? Like the $1,000, we would not put that in the
You may
ordinance?
not have that, right, but the 120 days, and
No.
if the PD has any revisions, I would,
Correct. I just wanted to clarify with staff, the items that would be in the ordinance per se versus programmatic.
I would say, if I may, I do apologize, and you're absolutely right. It has been the intent of staff for that condition that no short-term rentals shall be rented for more than 120 days collectively within a calendar year. That was omitted. I do take fault for that. As far as the PD's review, one thing I just do want to kind of emphasize that I know Stephanie spoke to is, as far as the enforcement, the triggers for violation, specifically things like, noise, after hours, things like that. The intent and what we did in putting this together was not to come up with new policy or new standards that would necessarily, create concern with any of our enforcement groups or any new, requirements for their review. That's why we specifically tied it to the existing standards in the municipal code. So that would hopefully maybe take away some of the concern about whether PD would have issue, because they're already enforcing those standards. Those are applicable on any residential property citywide, rented or not.
I think it would be important if they did, you may not have to write it in there, but we should at least know if the PD has any
Understood.
proposed revisions or concerns. I think that's something that should come to us first before it goes to council. We should know about it first. And I do like his idea about the housing study, but yeah, it's gonna impact us. But I do want, if the PD is gonna make any suggestions, I think it's very important that we know about it. We wanna see it in writing. The 120 days is important. We need to see that in writing. The oversight from the other departments, is that something you have in writing? So your staff knows, if this happens, we go to code enforcement. If this happens, we go to PD. If this happens, we go to whoever. Are those procedures somewhere where your staff knows where to go when something happens?
So I'll answer that in two sections. So internal staff, through the software platform, will have a workflow. And we've discussed with staff what that process will look like, but the workflow will allow those applications to be assigned to those different individuals that are part of that review process. That way they know what's in the workflow, what's ready to be reviewed. It'll go through that review process. The workflow can be viewed by everybody involved, and then we can keep accountability on the application. Also, as far as we'll say the 24/7 line, the staff that is responsive for that. So we will work with the software platform who manages that 24/7 line for us, so that they are properly equipped to be able to either divert a call to PD if needed, or to divert it over to the property owner so they can respond within the 60 minutes. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask, excuse me, Vice Chair, so the software program gets that who the 24/7 call goes to is the software program?
They provide that for us, yes.
And then they will put in the call to like PD or code enforcement?
So depending on what level of complaint or what type of complaint.
Or the property.
Yeah, they'll be trained on who to contact for those complaints.
My question is, if it goes to PD, it's gonna go like as if a resident called, right, bottom of the list?
Not to our understanding. So working through the software platform, they'll be able to contact the police department and let them know that, hey, they are part of this short-term rental software platform. They're notifying them of a complaint that they've received. So that's something that we'll be working with PD on so that they're aware of that. They already know that we're looking for the software platform, and they already know that we're going to be having this 24-hour line. So just depending on who it goes to, they can be notified of that and handle it.
And I
as
think
they
that's the
usually would.
concern, that is PD aware that they're gonna elevate this call above another call for noise, I think is part of the concern.
So I don't necessarily know that they'll elevate it amongst other complaints, but maybe just handle it as they typically would. But if it will only get to PD if the property owner is non-responsive. So the property owner gets notified first.
Anyone else? No? Okay. So we're just receiving, or we're going to have a motion on this? Receive and file, or?
No, on this one, you would actually, the recommendation is for the planning commission to make a recommendation of approval for the development code amendment, forwarding it to the city council.
Okay, thank you.
So it is an action item for you. The recommendation is for recommending approval to the city council.
Okay.
I would like to see the change in writing for the 120 days, because things slip. I would like, before it goes to council, I would like to see that in there. If PD has any revisions, if they do, I'd like to see that before it goes to council. I think that's important, that to see it in writing before it goes to council.
So based on those comments, it would be appropriate, if that's your desire, to make a recommendation to continue the item, so those items could be completed and brought back to the
Then I
planning.
recommend that we continue until we get input from PD, and then we put the, whatever change we have for them.
So, and I would recommend to, that you continue it to a date certain, which our next meeting is December 12th, just so there's not, going back through the entire process.
I'll second that.
Call for the vote.
Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Armstead, Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Quill, Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
All seven yes. It's approved to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go forward with planning commission reports or announcements. Start over here. Anything? Anything? No?
I have my comments, but that's.
I had a comment or a question from planning commissioning. For the housing plan, I know it showed, or it says that it's like 8,100 and change, I think it is, for units. Does that include doors, or like a house, a unit, multifamily for the housing plan over the period of 8 years?
Are you talking about the RENA numbers?
The development housing plan that we
Okay,
just,
the housing element that you
yeah, I'm
reviewed
sorry,
at the last meeting. I'd have to look at the certain page number, but we do, that sounds about the number of our regional housing needs allocation number for new units to be constructed during our housing element period, which I believe goes from 2021 through 2029. And Travis will have the answer for that.
So I do apologize, like Mary, I don't have the exact number on me. It was just between 8,100 and 82. But I think to answer your question, yeah, each unit, as it would be defined there, would be a single-family residence is 1 unit. If it's a 10-unit apartment building, that's 10 units. It's not rooms or anything like that. It's individual residences, if you will.
thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, I have several comments. First, because of what we went through today, General plan review, when can we get started on that so we don't go through what we just did today and have a warehouse in the middle of residences? When are we gonna get that started?
So if you want to go through your other comments, I'm actually going to give you some
Okay.
information. I'm going to answer that question to the
That
extent we
one
can.
is real important because of what we just saw today. That's real important, several of them. It's been almost a year, March 4th, since we, commission required the city to change the development code regarding crush and grind. I looked at the minutes of March 4th, and the minutes don't reflect that the commission required any on-site grind and crush must be approved by the commission. I didn't see that in the minutes. And it's going almost a year, it's been March, and we haven't proceeded with anything. Right now, we've had a couple of instances where there's crush and grind definitely in the 5th Ward. It's happened, I've been there. I've called your department. The people did come out, they came out, I appreciate that. But we need to see that, we need to see it going forward. So when is it going to go to council? And to make sure that the commission gets any requests for crush and grind, so this doesn't happen. I had asked previously for a list of permits pulled in each ward so that we know what's going on. Where's the status of that? I had asked about cell towers more than a year ago. What's the status of that? A big question, why does DERC have authority to approve projects? I'm not clear on that. You can answer that in a minute. Then you may not have control, but why are there so many CEQA exemptions? Everything has a CEQA exemption, if you can explain that. The appeal process that we just heard about today, is there something in writing now? I mean, you had your first one, obviously had glitches, it caused issues. Is there something in writing, and can we get a draft to look at it? Let's see. And I guess that's it for you guys.
Is there any other commissioner comments or questions? If not, let me.
I did want to invite everyone. The county supervisor, Don Rao, is having a webinar on Thursday, November 16th. What are the effects of short-term rentals on housing market? You can go over to the county website. That's sanbernardinocounty.gov. And it's under the 3rd District Supervisor. And that's going to be on Thursday, November the 16th.
Okay, I actually have a few items for this evening. The first item, and I did include it as an agenda item, so there could be some conversations on it, regarding the Planning Commission and the Development and Environmental Review Committee Approval Authority. Amongst the many items on in front of you, this one will have a blue heading, and it will say Municipal Code Sections from Title 19, Land Use Subdivision. So if you want to pull that up, I'll go over some of the roles and responsibilities between these different entities. First page just kind of is from one of the first sections of the zoning and subdivision section of the municipal code. All of this is from our city's municipal code. This is our code of regulations. This is the law we have to comply with. These are what we call our ordinance, the ordinances that we follow throughout the city, and then specifically in the Community Development Department for the Planning Division. We have the mayor and council on item number 1. This item goes over their final decision authority. Many appeals, at least that we would have processed, would have gone from Planning Commission to City Council. They would have the final decision on that. Final maps, specific plan, general plans amendments, development code amendments, improvement and development agreements, surface mining, land reclamation, as well as other improvements to be accepted for dedication, accept deeds of dedication, parcel maps of 4 or few parcels with no development agreements. And it's noted the city city council may impose conditions of approval. So the planning commission, as you're aware, are appointed by the mayor and city council. You have the duties that you are to perform, and this is under 2B, regarding the periodic review, recommended revisions to the general plan, development code for the desired physical development of the city, and any of the lands within its sphere of influence. For powers for the planning commission, final review of variances, specify development permits, conditional use permits, tract maps, reversions to acreage, vesting tentative maps, which are all also subject to the appeal to the mayor and it says common council. We do reference common council now as the city council. Also, the commission recommends to the mayor and common council or city council for final determination on the final following entitlements. So those will be specific plans, general plan amendments, development code amendments, development agreements, and surface mining and land reclamation plans, as well as the commission may impose conditions of approval. And also make interpretations of the general plan which may be appealed to the mayor and council. So the director, there are some duties that the director can perform as well. It's day-to-day management of the planning, as well as the acceptance and processing of all land use applications. So our department is responsible for reviewing all these applications in compliance with the city's municipal code as well as other state and federal laws as they apply before bringing them to an approval authority. So as far as authority, the director has the final approval for enforcement of building permits, certificates of occupancy, specified development permits, lot line or boundary adjustments, home occupation permits, minor exceptions, minor modifications, sign permits, and similar use determinations, temporary use permits, and then all of the above except building permits and certificates of occupancy are subject to appeal to the Planning Commission. And again, the director may also impose conditions of approval or make interpretations of the development code which may be appealed to the Planning Commission. Now, the Development Review Committee, when this was established, there was 2 separate committees, a Development Review Committee and an Environmental Review Committee. Because they make up the same staff, it was combined, and all projects that go through those committees are very similar, and I'll go over those. And the DRC, this is a staff committee. It's made up of representatives or designees from the various divisions outlined, planning, building, land development, integrated waste management, which is now we do have an internal staff that serves as that representative for waste management, and then fire, which is through county fire and the water department. So these are established by the director of the departments as well. We do have the option of bringing an urban design professional to be retained. The city may have done that. We're not currently doing that at this time. So powers for the Development Review Committee are specified development permits, tentative parcel maps. These are maps that are for fewer parcels. Design review and adoption of negative declarations subject to appeal to the Planning Commission, and the DRC may impose conditions of approval. Environmental Review Committee, and the similar same members. Their duties are to serve as city environmental review for ensuring compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and any of the city's environmental review guidelines, as well as what's called the state CEQA guidelines. The ERC shall have powers to make determinations for negative declaration, mitigated negative declarations, or need for preparing an environmental impact report for discretionary, which is non-ministerial applications. And the ERC can recommend mitigation measures or requirements in making environmental determinations. Determinations of the Environmental Review Committee shall be final unless appealed to the Planning Commission. They can also make recommendations of approval. Then I pulled the next table. It's a table from the Development Code that shows the various applications and who the actual threshold of review is. And we'll go through, I won't go through all of them, but as you can see, the first item is conditional use permits. Those go straight to the commission. If there is, a design review involved in that, an environmental review, it does go through the planning commission or DERC before it goes to you, but there is only a recommendation there for their review. Minor use permits, those would go only to the DRC and our DERC. Design review, there are certain applications that qualify for design review. Those go to commission. I'll kind of go down here. Administrative permits go to the director. Development permits. So there's different categories of development permits, whether they go to the DERC or to the Planning Commission. I think this is kind of the main area there's a lot of conversation and perhaps concerns as well. So with that, let me go to the last page because this talks about the applicability and a project review. And this is the section that actually tells us what type of permits go where. It outlines what's done administratively. That means it's done administratively, an administrative permit. It will be approved by the director. And this could be for residential projects with 2 to 4 dwelling units, including relocation or movement of structures, tenant improvements, occupancy permits that result in intensification of land use, for example, retail to restaurant, or from residential structure to non-residential use. Expansion of non-residential use or structure that's not consistent with the existing project, recycling facilities, and wireless telecommunication facilities. Those items are all administrative review items under our code. A development permit, which is acted upon by the Development/Environmental Review Committee, shall be required under the following circumstances. So these are permits that are approved by that committee. Residential projects with 5 to 11 dwelling units. So any project that comes to the city, 5 to 11 dwelling units will be acted on by the DRC. The other item, for a new, so this is a critical one, a new non-residential use or structure or expanded non-residential use or structure over 5,000 square feet. These items are reviewed and approved by the DERC and adult businesses. So when we're looking at new non-residential use or structure or expanded non-residential use or structure over 5,000 square feet, that covers pretty much a lot of the development in the city that comes through. So when does it go? I just have one last item and we'll go to questions. When do development permits go to the Planning Commission? This is for residential projects, so any projects above the threshold of 11 units, so 12 units over, go to the Planning Commission. And any project or projects abutting a residential use in a residential land use district. And this is where that last item came up that went to planning, the industrial use that you just considered the extension of time for. That particular project was adjacent to residential, and that's why it came to the Planning Commission, where the other project earlier, the appeal project, did not come to Planning Commission because it was not required per the code. So I'll answer some questions and then kind of add a little bit more information after that, if you would like, or I can continue.
When someone that's why I think it's important that we get an idea of who's pulling permits so that we know which commission it's going to. So we don't have another thing like a warehouse in the middle of residential. I think it's important for each of us to see who is pulling what kind of permit. And we've been asking for that.
So pulling what type of permit in
Building
residential?
permit. I mean, somebody's pulling a permit for a warehouse, somebody's pulling a permit for a truck yard.
So, and we have not provided you, I think, a full list of all the projects. We're working on that list. We haven't had the database of all the projects. We're preparing that. We will be getting that to you, but I know the highlights of all the projects that are approved, which I think might be what you're asking for, because there's a difference in permit levels when you're pulling a permit. When we're talking about a development permit, these are applications for entitlement. They either go, for the most part, they're going through the DERC or to Planning Commission. And so no one's pulling separate permits for those if they haven't been reviewed by those entities. And then you have building permits that are pulled for the actual construction. So what I think you're asking about is the development, entitlement permit. So we do publish the DERC agendas are posted. They have meetings twice a week. So all the projects that go through there can be reviewed by the Community Commissioners Council. Did I say twice a week? I said twice a week. I'm sorry, it is twice a month. Seems like twice a week this week, but yes, it is twice a month. Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Sherrick. So we do have that, and then anything goes to the commission comes before you. So where do we stand? So the DERC, the city, in the past has given that committee a lot of responsibility to approve these development projects. 20 years ago, did they envision that we'd be seeing a lot of truck parking and the type of industrial warehouse uses that we're seeing today? Likely not. We weren't seeing as much of that in this area. So, at this point, where do we go from here? Right now, the DERC is the approval body. If something gets appealed, we can bring it to you. If not, that committee has to act on it. That's what our municipal code says. Should the community or planning commission or council desire to put a moratorium, or that's a pretty strong word in the development world, or to put a stay or stop that development, that would have to go to the city council. The city council would have to make that direction to staff and have staff, bring some presentation forward. There's a very specific process for doing that. And then you have to evaluate. Usually when those actions occur, they only affect projects that have not been submitted yet. There's a threshold of when an application is in process, then that it should continue it. And you get into a lot of legal nuances on how to make that determination. But that would be, the one option at whatever point the city council would like to consider that.
So I had a question. So who are the committee members for DRC? Because I go on the website and it shows nobody's assigned.
So they can vary. So we do publish it. It is on the agenda. The names are on the agenda.
Sometimes there'll be a step-in. So if one person from land development can't make it, they send a substitute. But it's usually the same committee members.
So on the agenda, the cover page of the agenda for the DERC, and it's published on the
Under agendas?
under agendas, under committees, and it'll say Development Environmental Review Committee. If you open that up, the agenda cover page does list who will be in attendance and voting at that particular day.
If I may, I think what Commissioner Garcia is referring to, and it's, to be honest, I don't have an answer for why it's not on there, but it is a great point. There is the section for members, and while it wouldn't be practical to list the specific individuals, just because as Michael said, sometimes you do have substitutes or people in and out. But to identify, as is in the material Mary went over, it's a representative from all of these divisions. So while the person may change, we can at least be clear of it is staff from these following groups, that comprise the body.
We can make that edit.
Yeah. I think that was on there before, and I would probably say when they switched over to the new system, some of that just didn't get fully updated and not caught, but thank you.
My other comment too, or I know I've asked for this in the past, is there any way that, or how do we go about refreshing the municipal code or ordinance, because the last year that was updated was 2013. And our city is beginning to develop, and I think we need to define all this. All this needs to be clear in this municipal code, what these permits are, what the definitions are, because I briefly skimmed through the municipal code or development code, and a lot of things aren't very clear on there. Like even the appeal period. I know City of Redlands, we submitted a permit, they have like a 10-day appeal period when they submit for a CUP. So what's our appeal period in our city?
And, hold on.
Yeah.
So yeah, we do have very specific appeal periods, and it's actually in sections of the municipal code, I believe it's 15 days. And each city's different on that. So to answer your question, that kind of goes to the next few items I did want to bring up to you.
If I can say, there is a specific chapter in the code, I believe it's 1952, for hearings and appeals. That does outline, because the appeal process, the appeal timeline, as Michael was starting to say, it's the same on any project. It's always 15 days. So there's a special chapter that just outlines that process, regardless of the type of permit, body it's going to. It outlines kind of the triggers for any option.
Before we move on, I noticed PD is absent as a member on the DERC. Is there a specific reason?
I don't believe the police department is listed on, no, the police department is not part of the committee, according to our code.
The
Should-
long-standing requirement
Right.
prior
Should they-
to our time.
Should they be maybe to provide security measures as conditions on certain projects?
We do route the projects to the police department, and actually we are working with them to better communicate and get more meaningful input and comments on some of the projects. That is in process. But to go back to the development code, and I don't want to go too far off track because we didn't notice all of this, so I don't want to get too far into discussion. But as part of my update, and I'll touch on the development code, I did want to note, there was a couple things here. So, housing element. So, housing element, we did send out an email, I believe. You should have received an email letting you know we did prepare an updated housing element based on comments that we did receive from the Department of Housing and Community Development. We're expecting to go through some more reviews with them, but we didn't have the opportunity. We just finished it over the weekend. We've been working with them, meeting with them, phone calls for the past few weeks, trying to clarify items, answer questions, provide additional information. So that is now uploaded to the website. Pursuant to state law, there's a 7-day period for review. We're complying with that 7-day period. We cannot extend it. That is state law. But we're also under the constraints for timing with the stipulated judgment. So we're in a very expedited process for the housing element to comply with that, because the city, was in a lawsuit with appellants on it. So we have actually reached out to the appellants. We're talking with them as well. We anticipate after this 7 days, we'll be submitting that document up to HCD. They will conduct another review. My experience is during this last review period, there's a lot more interaction with staff on, fine-tuning that housing element to meet the state requirements and getting their input. So we'll be going through that process. We will also be in conversations with the appellants to, make sure that we're addressing some of their concerns as we're going through that process. So that will give us a 45-day review period, and we would expect bringing it back, I believe, in January, or to Planning Commission.
Yes, the intention is to be bringing the item back. This would now be a formal recommendation for adoption in January at the meeting, to then move to the council in February.
And that brings me to the general plan. So where we are as a department, and we have not provided you some of the information. I know Commissioner Armstead is requesting some items. We are down to 2 senior planners and 2 associate planners. I'm pleased that Jennifer here is serving as our interim, or acting executive assistant, because we lost 3 positions here in the last couple months, an associate planner, a planning aide, and executive assistant did resign from the city. And so we're just working with a skeleton crew. I can tell you there's pretty much nothing getting expedited through the city right now. It's the reality of where we're at. We're trying to regroup on our current applications, but our main focus, and I know Travis's time, has been getting this housing element on track, because having an approved housing element gives us the ability to apply for state funding, which we are not eligible for right now. We've have been lagging on the general plan because Travis is the only planner working on that general plan. Our other planners are trying to process the projects that we have in process. So now that we're getting the housing element, our next step will be to finalize the land use plan. We are going to a one map city where our general plan and zoning map will be consistent. And what that means for that review, which is holding up quite a few elements of the general plan. I know some have gone through the General Plan Advisory Committee, but what that does is that means our staff has to go through what our consultants prepared and make sure all of our zoning general plan land uses are correct on a parcel by parcel basis. We don't want to inadvertently rezone someone's property, so we want to make sure it's consistent. If we're rezoning someone's property, we want to make sure that we've identified that and disclosed that to the community. Certainly, as you get into this detail of switching from 2 maps to 1 map, it is a lot of work, and there can be a few items that are missed, but our goal is to catch as much as that. So Travis will be working on that then, and I'll be putting together a schedule to provide to the city manager's office, and then he'll distribute that to the city council. Will distribute that to the commission on trying to get that back on track. But it unfortunately, with our staffing resources and just getting the housing element, that has been delayed. But we are looking at putting a schedule together to bring that forward. And then following that, we will be embarking on a new development code. So a comprehensive update to the development code. There's been comments made that's very outdated. Yes, it's, I think it was 2005, 2006 that this was adopted. There's still a lot of carryover from even that prior development code before that. So that will be the next process, but we do need to get the general plan updated and in order first, so then we can build the development code after that. And let's see, I think that was the main things on the housing element. Let's see if there's anything else here.
Quick question,
Yes.
because we're waiting for the general plan, et cetera, updates, can we slow down some of these project approvals?
Only
Is it possible? Because like today, that warehouse in the middle of full residential, can we slow some of these things down?
Only if the council issues some type of action on that. Moratorium is kind of the worst case, but yeah, the council would have to direct staff. But okay, here's some other things that come into play. The project, the extensions of time you heard tonight, these are already approved. The environmental's already been completed. We're not slowing those down. By law, we need to process their extensions of time. We have to determine whether consistent with the prior environmental approval. If they haven't made any changes to the plans and they're already pulling into building permits, they're already recording their parcel maps, they've met the requirements. Their environmental documents are good. There's no finding for us, and that's why we recommended, that's why you received the recommendations that you received from us, is that we could not make findings contrary to that. We couldn't make findings to deny those items. And that's really important because we have to make these findings. So with that, the projects you heard this evening were already approved. All you're doing is extending them. Not extending them, denying them, we'd have to bring them back. You'd have to make up, provide findings for us to deny them. And then, then that would go to council, and there's other aspects that they need to consider, depending on, financially what that, particular project has been provided. New projects, not much is going through quick right now, I will tell you that. One of the items coming out of our HCD review of our housing element is, and I don't want to get too far because Albert's going to cut me off, permit streamlining. We are working on permit streamlining. We have legal requirements for processing these projects. And, once they're complete, once we have everything, we can't delay them, to answer your question. We have to process them, or we're in violation of the Permit Streamlining Act. And that's another conversation I won't dive into too far. Lastly, just a lot of questions came up about the exemptions. I think it might be helpful if we do a CEQA overview. I know Albert and his team at BB&K do provide this. You do see a lot of exemptions here. The exemptions you saw this evening with the two projects that you had were exemptions, and we call them 15061 exemption, a review for exemption. And this is where a project's exempt, and in this case, the two projects would have been covered by the common sense exemption that CEQA applies only to projects which have potential for causing significant effect on the environment. In the cases of those types of exemptions, there was an environmental document already adopted, approved and adopted. So in the case of our two industrial projects, they were reviewed. The M&Ds were already adopted. Appeal periods were over. The challenge period's over. So the environmental was already done. So this was reaffirming the environmental that was done. Other exemptions you see are most of them are class 32 infill exemptions. Those need to do all the studies as well. And so when you see some of these exemptions, they're not exempt just because they're exempt. They're exempt because the work behind them, the studies say there's no impact. Therefore, it's, and we can always, and all of our, at least most of, and I think going forward, all of our environmental documents are being reviewed by our CEQA attorney. So we have a CEQA attorney reviewing M&Ds. They were not reviewing as much on the exemptions, but we are bringing those forward. But yeah, so for an exemption, you're going to do, for a class 32, you're going to do an air quality analysis. You're going to do a traffic analysis. You're going to do cultural. You're going to address cultural biology to the extent that we need to. Probably can rely on the general plan in this city. Biology is not a significant impact here. Water quality. You're going to do a water quality study. All these studies have to be reviewed. They all have to be completed for a class 32 infill exemption. There's other exemptions out there, but when we're reviewing those, they'll reference those. So you'll see those in some of the exemptions. You're going to see that, like for the DERC, when we're reviewing that, there's an exemption behind it. There was a study done normally by an outside consultant that's preparing it, which in this city, many cities do. And honestly, for the most part, my experience, some cities require the developer to pay for and prepare the study, or the city does. It could be either way. I, in my other life, prepare initial studies, and it doesn't matter who's paying for it. Bless you. Who's paying for the initial study, whether it's the developer or the city. It's the same initial study, because your CEQA consultants out there, and I won't speak for every CEQA consultant, but a lot of the firms that I'm seeing here, our name's on the line when we prepare a CEQA document. If we get challenged, we've got to defend that document. And I actually have been in that position where I have to defend the work that I did based on all of my technical consultants. So that's something, CEQA is not something we take lightly. And there's a lot more reviews, and you're going to see a lot more in-depth review to come. So I think that probably covers it. God, this is a long planning commission meeting. Thank you all for being here. Sorry for the large agenda. We might even have another one next month. We're trying to get projects through the process.
Thank you. Any other items? If not,
What? Those were provided by the applicant for the appeal, not mine.
Okay. Then we will go ahead and adjourn tonight's meeting at 10:30 p.m. till December the 12th. Thank you.